All right, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? My name is Yeso, and I'm happy to welcome you here to Rice Krispies Treats Week here on Series E. It is week 9 of the season, and it has been a fun one so far. For those of you that are new, I would love to break down exactly what Series E is for you so you know exactly what's going on. Now, Series E is a professional Apex Legends open circuit that absolutely anyone can join, even me, who went 0 for 3 in my arena matches last night. We have 9 squads that made it all the way through our open qualifiers, have been drafted and signed by our 9 partnered brands. Now those players make $750 a month salary, as well as compete weekly for points and prize money every Tuesdays against open night squads, and every Wednesday against the top pro teams from across North America and Europe. If you and your squad like what you hear and want to get in on the action, make sure to head over to matcherino.com/ESA to sign up and have a shot at being a future Series E Pro. Now, as I mentioned, it is Rice Krispies Treats Week here, but that squad had a bit of a rough start to the week. They were able to make it into the top 7, but they really have not been a serious threat for a while. We'll have to see with their new sub, Tech Candy, coming in, replacing Casper, if they can start to build some momentum. We've had some very successful roster swaps so far this season, with Oi Senpai coming in for Team Rockstar, and very specifically Serial for Team Razor, who had won 2 open nights in a row coming into this week and did have a top 3 placing last night as well, finishing in 2nd. But can Tech Candy live up to that standard here during the rest of the week and the rest of the season? We'll have to find out as things continue. But tonight, as I mentioned, is Pro Night. So we got some of the best pro squads from all across the world coming to compete with our partnered squads, and we'll have to see who can unseat these teams. We had KSZ last week, who has now been signed by Cloud9, taking the win over Team Intel. And we finally saw TSM knocked off of their podium. They had won 4 of the last 5 pro nights, but their reign has ended. We'll have to see if they can get back into the action here tonight. But it being the pre-show, it's one of my favorite segments of Series E. I've got Deal or Steal, so let's go through some awesome prizes and see what we get, as I got Fat Fruit Ninja joining me in the GVO zone. All right, there he is, the man himself, former Team Pop-Tarts Pro from Season 1, and even rocking the jersey here today. Welcome, it's good to have you back.
It's good to be back.
All right, man. I'm curious, did you get to watch the stream last night and see all the action?
No, I stopped in for a little bit. I heard Team Pop-Tarts was slaying, absolutely slaying, and
your boys popped up. I think you would
them.
be very proud of Farmer Lucas and the boys. They had 4 wins in 6 games, didn't even place outside of the top 5 the entire night. So I think they made you proud.
That's insane. Yeah.
All right. Well,
I love Farmer Lucas.
Yes, he is the man. He has been looking really solid this season. Certainly working on trying to grab first place here this season. Now, into business here. We got Deal or Steal. I'm going to explain it for y'all at home. I've got 20 Apex crates with a range of awesome prizes from all of our partners, as well as some awesome esports arena swag in there as well. To start the game, Fat Fruit Ninja is going to pick his crate to hold on to for the game. We will then go through multiple rounds of eliminating crates off the board. At the end of each round, I will have a deal for him. He can either take that deal or elect to steal, and we will continue to play. If he doesn't take any of my deals by the end of the show, we will crack open the crate he chose, and he will get that prize. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right, well, let's get the game up on the board and get into it. We got all kinds of prizes. We got some snack packs from the likes of Pop-Tarts and Cheez-Its. We got some esports arena stuff, some Apex coins, even some Razer swag, and an Xbox Series X on the table. So if you guys in chat want to help out Fat Fruit Ninja, make sure to drop your guesses in Twitch chat here as things go on. But let's get into the fun here today. All right, 20 crates on the board. Fat Fruit Ninja, what is your choice? What crate you want to hold on to here to start the day?
This is a hard one. I was thinking 19. Let's go with 19.
Number 19, he says. Okay, so we will set that one off to the side. That is your crate. So now, first round, we got to crack open 9 of these guys, see what is inside. So let's start with those one by one.
Okay. Let's go. Let's start with 5.
Number 5, go up to that second row. We had GS Bird on yesterday, had a good first round eliminating some of those white tiers. What can we get here? It is a SeriesE jersey of your choice. Well, you're already repping, if the folks didn't notice at home, you're already repping the Pop-Tarts jersey here today, so I think you're set on that front.
Let's do number 9.
Number 9, working our way down that left side column. What do we got inside? It's the Razer Black Widow V3 wireless keyboard. That one's going to sting a little bit. We still got some good prizes up there, but that one's going to hurt early on.
All right, let's do number 6.
Number 6, back up to that second row. Let's see what we got inside. It is the Razer backpack. Oh
man.
No. Okay. Let's take a breath here. Let's kind of collect ourselves. 2 purple tiers in the first 3 crates. And that's not the start we're looking for, but there's still some good stuff up there. Which one's speaking to you?
Let's do number 13.
Number 13, lucky number 13. That's what Nani Moroku suggested in Twitch chat. Will it pay off? It's the Cheez-It pack. There we go. Okay, so Twitch chat coming in clutch there.
Thank you, Moroku. I appreciate it.
He had a pretty successful run on Deal or Steal himself, so bringing some maybe a little bit of strategy to the table.
Okay. Let's think about this one for a second. Let's close out number 17.
Number 17, working our way down to that bottom left corner. Let's see what's inside. Number 17, 13 paid off with this one as well. It will. It's the Pop-Tarts pack. 13 Pop-Tarts. There we go. All right, I think your luck is
I could have used
around.
the refill, but
restock you there. That's okay. We can, there's still some other prizes on the board if we got to fill your snack cupboard there. We got those jumbo snacks and stuff. We've opened up 5. I need 4 more before I've got my first deal for you.
Okay. Let's start with 7.
Okay. Number 7. What do we got inside? It's the other SeriesE jersey of your choice. Okay. I think we're starting to roll. You typically hate to knock off those blue tiers, but as we already mentioned, you've got the Pop-Tarts jersey already, so you're pretty set on that front. What are we thinking next?
Let's go with number 8.
Number 8. So we're kind of boxing in number 19 down there in the bottom right corner. It's the Apple Jacks Jumbo Snacks pack. Your cereal magnified there, and that one off the board. Okay, I think we're feeling pretty good here. That's 7, 2 more to go.
Okay. Let's do 1.
Number 1, okay. All the way up to that top left corner. Going to be another white tier. It's going to be the Esports Arena Mystery Box. Okay, that one's going to sting a little bit, but there's still another one available. All is not lost. But although that ESA swag taking a hit here early, last one of the first round.
All right, let's do number 2.
Number 2. What do we have here? It is, the Razer Wireless Black Shark V2 Pro. My man, devastated over there. The one thing to hold on to, the Xbox is still there. It's still on the board.
That's true. After
the first round, so that is a good sign. But I have to say, we had a good little run there in the middle, but bookending this round was all those purple tiers getting knocked off the board. So I have my first deal for you here, and I'm going to go back to something you said earlier. You said, hey, you may be in need of a restock, so I would love to restock you with some Pop-Tarts. So I got the Pop-Tarts pack for you. Do you want to take my deal, restock the Pop-Tarts, or steal and keep playing, see if you can get a better deal?
Am I able to choose the flavor?
Are you able to choose the flavor? I don't know. I don't know. I think
Okay.
we could, I think we could certainly pull some strings. We kind of know some folks there over at Pop Tarts, but what is the go-to flavor?
All right.
I think that's a very important question. This is a very divisive topic. What is your go-to for Pop Tarts?
Oh, you know, it kind of changes day to day,
Yeah.
but usually strawberry.
Okay. Production wants me to let you know that pizza flavor is not available, but I believe pesto flavor is. Just to let you know.
Ooh.
So, but deal or steal? What are you feeling? What's your gut saying?
I think we're gonna take a risk and go steel.
Fat Fruit Ninja says steal. He's hoping he can get an even better prize than that Pop Tart resupply. Okay, this round, 6 of those crates have got to go. So let's kick that off. Hopefully, some better luck here. That Xbox still available.
Okay. Let's go with 12.
Number 12, he says. What do we have inside? It's the other esports arena mystery box. Okay. That one's gonna hurt. That one's gonna hurt.
I was really hoping to find out what was in that mystery box, but that's for another day, I guess. All right, let's go with number 16.
Number 16. Okay. Let's crack that sucker open as we're kind of just boxing in number 19. Let's see what's inside 16. It is the Pringles pack. Okay, back in those white tiers. There we go. Now we gotta build a little momentum here. We gotta hit those Nestle Splash Water packs, the RKT, the Rockstar. So let's which one's speaking to you? Which one's whispering sweet nothings to you, Fat Fruit Ninja? Come on.
I'm calculating the trajectory of which where the Xbox is.
We got a little geometry, a little trigonometry going over here.
Let's go with number 11.
Number 11. Okay. He's trying to isolate that Xbox. Maybe it's in number 19. We don't know what is inside number. Oh, you found it.
Oh!
You found it. The Xbox Series X was in crate number 11. Oh, no. Oh. This is why I don't do math.
It's overrated.
Oh, okay. That one's really gonna hurt. There's still some good prizes up there. All those Apex coins. Try and complete that heirloom collection, a $50 Walmart gift card. So all is not lost, and you're still gonna walk away, in my opinion, with something good today. But that one's a bit of a hit.
A little bit. All right, let's go with number 3.
Number 3, back up to that top row. It seems like the more you kind of creep towards number 19, the bigger prizes get knocked off the board back up to the top. It's 2,150 Apex coins, one of those 2 prizes there. Cool. Okay, that is kind of back to business here. 4 off the board, 2 more before my next deal.
Okay, let's do number 4.
All right, number 4, close out that top row. Let's see what we got inside. It's going to be one of those 2 Nestle Splash Water packs. There we go. The recovery is looking real good here. 1 more for this round.
1 more. All right, let's do number 15.
Number 15. Is this one going to pay off? Inside is the Walmart gift card, $50. That is a lot of Pop-Tarts there. That one's going to sting a little bit. Okay. So, we got 5 crates left. I've got a deal for you here. I was thinking it was going to get a lot better. My offer is actually going to be the same as last time. I thought we were going to get a little better, but knocking off all that ESA swag, no Xbox on the board anymore. I got the Pop-Tarts for you once again. So you got another shot at the Pop-Tarts restock. Now, let me just clarify. You take the deal here, you walk away, game's done. If you elect to steal, there's 5 crates left. We will eliminate 3. I will have another deal. You either take that deal, or we open up crate number 19 and you get what's inside. So that's how kind of the rest of it's going to play out. So do you think
Okay.
you can maybe play for one of those big Apex coin prizes? Do you think the deal's going to get better? That's what you got to calculate here.
You know, that pesto Pop Tart sounded delicious, so I think I'm gonna take the deal.
Fat Fruit Ninja says he wants the deal. He wants to restock on those Pop Tarts, and we are certainly happy to do it for you. Before we go, though, I do want to crack open number 19. Let's see what you did pick at the start and what you left on the table here at the end of the day. Inside number 19 was 2,150 Apex coins. So that would have been, you know, some crates to open, but I think that's a win overall.
I'll take the Pop Tarts any day, not gonna lie.
All right, hey, that's a big win. Fat Fruit Ninja, thank you so much for joining me, my man. It's a pleasure to have you back, and glad to see, you know, I always see you in Twitch chat every week, shouting out all the boys and enjoying the show, so we certainly appreciate the continued support.
Yeah, it's always a great time. Thanks for having me on.
Always a pleasure, my man. If you guys want to have a shot to get on the show just like Fat Fruit Ninja here today, make sure to subscribe to us here at twitch.tv/esportsarena. We do raffles every week for shots to come and play Deal or Steal here with me. Before we get into the action, one final reminder, if you guys want to get some of your own Esports Arena swag, maybe a Series E jersey of your choice, certainly Pop-Tarts is rising in stock prices here. You are going to want to head over to shop.esportsarena.com and make sure to use code RICECrispies15 to get 15% off of your order. Also, check us out on all of our socials to keep tabs on everything we're doing. But it's Rice Krispies Treats Week, and I'm going to throw one down here as we get into the action. Don't miss out, guys. It's going to be a fun day.
SeriesE.
SeriesE.
SeriesE Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
SeriesE. SeriesE Apex Legends.
SeriesE Apex Legends starts right now. All right, welcome everybody back to SeriesE. We got Tom T-Squared Taylor back on deck with us here for Pro Night. It is Rice Krispies week, but last night it was Team Pop-Tarts and Razor who absolutely popped off across our 6 games. But of course, it is the Pro Night, so things are going to play out a little bit differently here, Tom. Well, it doesn't seem like we have Tom right now, but while we try to get him on the line, let's go ahead and take a look at the format for today. Of course, we are going to be playing on our custom servers. We've got 6 matches over the course of the evening. We got $500 on the line, like usual. $350 going to first place, $150 going towards second place, and of course, our point distribution. Like always, kill points and placement points will matter. 12 points all the way down to 1 throughout the entire night. And so we're seeing, of course, our teams adjusting to Season 9. It's been interesting. We got to see some matches last night, but I don't think it was the truest of displays of what competitive Apex Legends will look like with all of the changes coming to Season 9.
Can you hear me now? How about now?
Yeah, I got you, Tom.
You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yes. Welcome back. Love it. Love to be here. Awesome. let's cast some Apex.
Yeah. No, I know like a lot of people have been having difficulties, of course, playing Season 9 so far. The servers have been a little bit wonky, but I got to play out some arenas last night. It felt really good. I'm loving the bow check. I'm loving Valkyrie. Have you had the opportunity to play some Season 9, Tom?
I don't know. Can you hear me? I have not.
Yes,
so that's what I was talking about. I've been sick in bed, dying. Shouldn't even be here right now, but I am here. So yeah, I feel okay. Let's put it that way. I'm alive.
Well, I'm glad that you are feeling better, but yeah, I hope you get better soon. As a lot of things are coming up, and of course, I mean, season 9. You're missing out on season 9, the beginning of it, of course. Kind of sucks, right? I mean, it's such a big change. We got the new game mode coming out. Let's go ahead and talk about the teams that we do have competing today. And so, of course, we have our 9 partnered squads facing off against some of the best North American EMEA teams. Last night, we did have Bronzy filling in for Team Intel, but Bronzy will be competing once again with Charlotte Phoenix. It looks like we do have some notable squads that are not here tonight, but we do still have the likes of Team Liquid and CLG that'll be joining the fray.
Sorry, it's really hard to know if I'm muted or not because VMix is awesome. But yeah, so looking forward to seeing these teams get it going. I'm impressed with Team Razor. Again, Team Razor started off really slow. It's nice to see them actually see them pick it up. Yeah, I know now. I know that I can be heard. So it's backwards. So yeah, one team is missing. Unfortunate. Charlotte Phoenix, absolutely nasty. Renegades. That's the team that I want to see how they're going to do because obviously newly signed to the roster. A lot of really, really good talent here today.
Yeah, I mean, Bowser, Saucer, and Pow, they've been at it for some time now. Pow, formerly of CLG, but now on Renegades. I mean, that was a while ago, bringing up the past here. We do have some new names, though. So we're looking at teams like Pub Stars. Not really familiar with them. Mo Chances sounds familiar. We'll see, though. But I am not familiar at all with Luciano or VFL Hunter there. But they're going to have their work cut out for them. And 303 Academy. Okay, I'm liking seeing more org representation, especially picking up a new roster there. Calphon, Styx, and Escape. Another squad I'm not familiar with, and they're really going to be tested today.
They are. It's going to be pretty tough for them, but we've seen some up-and-coming names really fly through SeriesE, so there's a good chance that these guys are really, really solid. I've heard of Pub Stars numerous times. 303 Academy, you can kind of take a page out of League of Legends book where they've had a lot of farm teams come through and, you know, kind of improve it.
Yeah, we got to see also some of the Fallen Angels. King Agni has played with other squads in the past couple weeks here for SeriesE, so we'll see how he fares tonight. But right now, it's all about talking about our partnered squads. We have 4 weeks left. Well, after this week, we have about 3 weeks left of SeriesE, and it's coming down to the wire for a lot of our squads. We saw last night that the cutoff for relegations is going to be around 600, 700 points, maybe 800 by the end of the season. And a lot of teams, they're in the middle of the pack. They're super close together, Tom. All right, right now we are just getting game number 1 set up, and we will have that set up shortly here. We are going to be playing on World's Edge as we do in competitive Apex Legends. Perhaps in the future we will maybe see some Olympus or some Kings Canyon, but you know, right now all of our competitors agree World's Edge with the healthiest map currently for the competitive scene. And I mean, it's treated us well so far. The circles, though, sometimes don't have mercy on us. And last night we got to see how devastating the circle can be. We had 3 launch site circles basically in a row in the second half of our evening.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Nice little VMix restart for the boys. So yeah, wait, there's zones pulling the same way, Jamerson? Really? In
I
Apex?
know, crazy, right? It's unheard
Are you
of.
serious? Were we able to play yesterday with the millions and millions of fans that wanted to play the new season? I'm shocked.
We had some issues, but we were able to get into our games, and hopefully, you know, the servers have been able to stabilize by around like 3 o'clock in the morning. I was having a fair enough time getting into games without too much issue whatsoever. I was a little bit worried because, like, when I initially launched the game, all of the unlockable legends were locked out for me, and it showed that I had no credits whatsoever on my account. And I was like, oh no, does the grind restart here? Like, do I have to just earn up all these credits again? But luckily, of course, Origin servers did ultimately stabilize. And I didn't check it this morning. I had some duties that I had to attend to, but I feel like it's stable. We're already seeing our world first preds and everything right now across Apex Legends.
So much is going on, and then we're going to have some unannounced tournaments that are happening a little later on this month that I'm pretty stoked about too. And overall, Jamerson, from, since I didn't get a chance to play, let me hear some of your thoughts overall from your experience, especially with arena mode.
Yeah, arena seems a lot more fun. I would like some more depth in it overall, because you win 3 rounds and it's over. You do have to win by 2 and such. It seems just a little bit short for my liking, because a lot of the times it feels like you get into character select and you go through all that, and that entire process feels sometimes longer than the matches, because it can easily snowball. If they increase it up to like 5 win, I would absolutely love that. But hey, it looks like we are heading into game number 1. We are, of course, on board with Rice Krispie Treats, as they are going to be going for their usual drop over here by staging. And we've been seeing that they typically get contested here. We'll see if this continues to hold true here in week number 9.
And these are one of the more fun fights to watch over here too. But the keys is getting over towards the high ground. The fact that Stunny is immediately making his way over towards the beacon, easy to deter that they're not getting contested. He's also going to get a nice little, speaking of getting contested, it's Hierarch over here. Looks like he's going to be knocked immediately, but answers right back. This is going to be Hakulo in his squad, and it looks like they are going to be in a nice little 2v2. Finicky's going to go down to Crook as well in the kill feed, so we're going to have 2 50-50s overall. Battle over towards the train station. Nice drop by the Bloodhound, completely catching him off guard. That was going to be Matt Pickett with the alternator. Nasty play by Pickett, and now looks like they're only going to have the lone crypto arriving is Rockstar 2 though. So is this 3 teams over here contesting Fragment? That's insane.
Yeah, it's a lot of teams here now as Rockstar come in for that third party, looking to clean all of this up. Renegades in a fight as well up against Applejacks. We saw that taking place last week over by Tree. The majority of the 50-50s were going in Applejacks' favor this time around. It looks like Renegades have cleaned things up, as Rockstar still looking to find the rest of this squad. One stuck inside the diner now, as Oi Senpai is waiting for the rest of his squad to show up. Has that EVA 8, took a lot of damage, but will be able to finish off Serial. And that's Team Razor out.
Yeah, and Serial's a really solid player, but there's only so much that you can do as we take a look at where the zone's going. Nice job by the Obs team pulling it up at the perfect time. You can see exactly where Bird is going to be a priority spot right now. So a lot of these teams are going to have a really tough area rotating through all those chokes through staging. So whatever team decides that they want to set up over towards staging, typically someone that feels like they want to be searching for kills and has the poke to go and do so, that's going to cause a lot of havoc on that side of the map, as we see what Pop-Tarts is doing. And shout out to our boy Fat Fruit Ninja, who did take the Pop-Tarts to go. Good choice there. I thought that was a really solid deal. I could definitely tell you Dealer Steal is extremely unforgiving. Jamerson, have you had a chance to play yet?
Not yet, but they intrigued me with the Pesto Pop-Tarts. On board with Intel, Panders is back with the crew as they're making their way on over towards the circle right now. You can see the pins were going down for themselves. And coming out from from Thermal, they are a little bit slower, but Thermal is massive, and there's a lot to loot there. Joining on board with Pringles, though, here on the northeast side, over by Refinery, it seems they do have a team in front of them. Pringles playing this one a bit cautiously, riding the ridgeline for now. They do have the pings down. RKT, though, looking to try and gatekeep up against Team Intel. We'll see how well they can hold this for the time being, as they do still have Bird on that white armor. Valkyrie over for Team Intel as the grenades, the barrage comes in.
We're allowing that OP legend. We're allowing that OP legend in the Series E. What the heck is going on here? That should be illegal. Valkyrie looks so much fun though, and the big question is how is the gun control when you're in the air, Jamerson? Have you had a chance to pop off, and what is it like when you're flying through? Is it kind of like Horizon where there isn't really much gun punch, or is it a little bit more difficult to deal with?
When you're doing the floaty, you can't actually shoot. You can use your tactical ability, as it seems like our VMix might have frozen up. But if you release it, you can shoot in the air. But there's like a 1 second delay before you put away the controls or the for the rocket pack or whatever.
The
so you
little
do leave
hands
yourself a little bit vulnerable.
for the jetpack. Okay. So that makes complete sense. It's a little bit of a delay. I'm glad because it sounded like it'd be a little bit too OP if you could fly in the air like that. But it's going to be interesting to see how Valkyrie can do in the meta and how Horizon's going to really fare, because we're seeing teams like Team Intel. As we take a look at Team Intel fighting over here last week, they are running an absolutely crazy cracked comp of 3 aggressive players that would go and take height, and this is going to be an interesting fight. They already have 1 down. Bubble is going to be down over towards the door. Something to note that 6 is actually switching off a more aggressive Legend and playing something a little bit more defensive in Gibraltar. Nice sprays coming out over towards the side, but that's going to be a great shotgun burst coming in from Metro. 1-on-1 as Panders is the guy that you want in that situation, typically on Bloodhound through all this, but he's going to bail, and that means the third party is coming, and this is, the perfect timing for a third party because they're in a priority position here, Jamerson. We were talking about the action that's going to happen over here. Teams are going to make their way over towards where Bird was, as you see a couple of players, Saucer getting down by Ronnie. Stunny is going to finish Madness in your kill feed. And somehow Panders is able to get the teammates back up because the fight taking place directly behind them. This is huge for Team Intel. They needed some sort of luck to go on their side. They take so many fights. They win a lot of these fights. But a lot of times it is Panders with the cleanup, and the third parties are always there. So Intel is going to be able to reset.
Yeah, this was going to be the consummate third party that Intel typically fall to. It looked like they used that the Valkyrie ultimate to actually get over the mountain to get into that spot to just completely bypass RKT. We're holding the choke beforehand. So we're seeing the first utilizations of those rotates. We got to see a little bit of it yesterday in our final game, or I forget if it was our 5th game, but her ability to just traverse basically most mountains on this map is absolutely insane.
And just like Vision in general, that's why I'm surprised that Crypto isn't more popular. I really don't feel like teams have learned how to play Crypto that well. He's so hard to play. In general, you need someone that's going to be willing to play him in matchmaking, and he's kind of known as, a crutch type of player, right? But that's hilarious because everybody sits there and plays Gibraltar, who is extremely strong and kind of a crutch of his own. So when we're talking about, just gathering information, et cetera, it's always really important for your rotations, and that's exactly what Ronnie's doing right now. Is he's running around trying to figure out exactly where players are going to come from. But the problem is if you're going to lock this down, you're going to need something like a charge rifle, a triple take, a scout, something along those lines. I don't think the bow is really going to cut it. As we take a look at what Team Pop-Tarts is doing, they're just on the edge of the zone. You can see in the top left, the scan came through, and they're going to be playing this building for as long as possible to try to pick up some kills over here. But the rotations through Thermal are going to be pretty brutal because a lot of teams that can't make their way through that popular area where we just saw Nestle Pure Life are going to make their way over towards this backside fence. And then you may even have some late road traders over towards the top tree side, plus you're coexisting with a team over towards your side. So this is a really, really tough spot for Team Pop-Tarts to be. I feel like they're going to want to make their way out of here, but the problem is it's going to have to be on Lucas's back with a portal.
They've got the portal, but they've also got stumps. Looks like a kidnap attempt actually coming out from Pop-Tarts. We just swap back on over there to see if that one is successful. Right now, Pringle's just keeping teams at bay at this beacon building. They will have the bubble scans to be able to use as well, and so that should be ready for them. But as I was saying, if Team Pop-Tarts need to get out of there, they have multiple tools. That's what the Valkyrie allows for your squad right now, as it looks like Pringles are making this push onto the squad. They do have the Beast of the Hunt ready, and you can see the trackers as that team has just completely fled here. They did not want to take the full 3v3. They wanted to try and poke at a distance, and we're not ready for aggression, so they just back away for now.
Yeah, Fury Evergreen over here with the bow, just laying down shots, and you could see that they got white armor hits, so immediately this is what good teams do, is they see they have some sort of advantage, whether that's just information or just armors, and Lucas not able to connect with those shots on a player that looked like it was a fairly easy connect, but instead it's just going to be going back, coexisting in between these two buildings, and this is basically two teams griefing each other right now, because the longer they fight, the more likely they're going to get third-partied, plus they're not able to rotate right now. This is something that you typically see from teams that are in the end zone, but huge damage there from Lucas. They need to send it onto this one, and that's exactly what they do. Nade's going to not connect, but the thoughts, what counts here is Lucas is now taking a ton of damage. Going to have to try to pop a battery. Instead, he's going to hit his Q. Peacekeeper in hand there for Stomps. He's going to go overtake the high ground. I love that play, but all of that damage is gone now as 303 Academy with the reset. Really, it all came down to taking their time with that grenade, and if a well-placed thermite could have connected, they could have continued to follow up on that damage, but this is just such a tough spot to be in. Again, I'm worried that Team Pop-Tarts and 303 are going to get third-partied.
Yeah, at this point, they're just wasting each other's utility and the resources, trading nades, trading heals, and ultimately getting this win in this team fight is just going to be the 3KP, and transitioning into the mid game is going to be that much harder when your economy is punished this way. We'll see, though. It looks like they are persistent on it right now as Ronnie, caught out by himself, will get finished off. Team SeriesE pick that one up. You can see the blinking health for them. It was kind of close. But now as we join on board with Team Liquid, they've got Shiny filling in today. That's nice to see for Alberlele. Nocturnal gets the first knock onto King Agni. And we're seeing the changes to the sniper or the marksman guns here. As Flanker now with that Bocheck bow from the high ground getting shot up from train yard. Has to back away. Shiny does get a knock onto Barbie. So that's 2 out of the 3 members of that squad gone. And that's going to be Team Liquid picking up 2 kills.
Yeah, Liquid's always one of my favorite teams to watch in general. They're always taking new compositions, trying out new things, using the Sentinel here. So Nocturnal's idea is to take to the skies and then get some sort of information, and then he's going to hit him with that long-range Sentinel. And there's the rotation that I was hoping for coming in from 303. But now the problem is a team's gone and taken that choke. So the best area to play would be that high ground over towards the fence where the pings were going down earlier. But this is a tough rotation. You've been over here for quite some time, and at this point, everyone's going to be gatekeeping you, and you have to, at this point in time, be the last team to come through and rotate and try to third party. So you want to have presence 9 times out of 10 in these pro games, but sometimes you have to just lay low and let the action unfold in front of you, because you can see they're going to have to go through one of 2 chokes. And look how many teams there are, Jamerson. You have all of Team SeriesE over towards the side, locking down staging. You have so many teams inside. Charlotte Phoenix, though, is the one squad who has taken priority position over everybody.
Yeah, it looks like Pop-Tarts were able to use, it seems like they were able to either use the Valkyrie ultimate to just get priority on that choke and beat out 303, just run past them, or I guess fly past them. Here's Team Pringles, though, over at Train. They do have a team caught out, and oh man, the damage from the Bocheck bow is absolutely absurd here. You hit for that white armor, at least through that arm shield. This Fury, it's got a beat on them, but the port is there. The squad's going to avoid this fight, and so Pringles will have train yard to themselves, but they do have to make their way across. Plenty of time to work this rotation, though. With 1 minute and 50 seconds left to go, now they have one less thing to worry about at the very least. But they'll have to stay, of course, ever vigilant about the squad that will be playing from that train tunnel.
Yeah, and the pings are going down. They want to try to push this with Tempest's scan, and you've seen them already play aggressive a handful of times, but this is a very, very risky play coming in from Team Pop-Tarts. They're going to have to realize which building is going to be available. Thermite inside the door here, and now they are basically forced to take this fight against, I believe, Charlotte Phoenix, who is sitting down low. But that's why you don't balloon in without having some sort of information. Now they're in the middle of all of these teams. Flanker's going to go get the knock with the bow. And it's just such a tough call, because this is a rotation that you make super early on in the game. Pop-Tarts basically griefing themselves. Unfortunate and unlucky, because they're not going to have any chance of getting stomps back into the game. This is not that bad of a spot to play. Should have been where they went to begin with. They needed some sort of backup plan before they flew in there. But now Rice Krispie Treats sees the initial damage right there onto Mini, another skilled team over here, as the Devotion is just going to rip inside, and they're going to take control of that building. Very nicely done and executed by Rice Krispie Treats. And now SeriesE making their move over here towards the Dorito building. And Joey Blackout, we weren't talking about the Caustic, though. The lone Caustic inside of the lobby. He should be able to throw a barrel in here and do some damage. Instead, he's going to elect for the Arc Star. Nice burst by the Bloodhound over here. And now it looks like Prodigy Aces is going to bail as well. Rakanishu playing an off angle, sort of like a Gibraltar support player. Instead, he's going to bail with Joey Blackout, and they're going to take down low where they were previously holding. So nice job by whatever team was in that Dorito building. While they were very split, they still were able to get out of there. That was going to be Team Intel. I'm surprised to see that Joey Blackout didn't lead with a couple of barrels there. That would have been the play if he would have just continued to make his way up towards the Dorito building, tossing those in. Then he could have utilized the area of effect from the barrels, and then he could have chucked some grenades in and got them stuck. But the peeking and timing of when you're throwing the grenade was so nicely done. Now Renegade's doing the same exact move as Pop-Tarts, but they're going to be surprised once they see 3 players under the bridge.
Yep, 3 players right on the bridge. Another blind rotate coming out from another Valkyrie squad here, as it's 303, just taking them to task. Now Renegades are in panic mode. Team Cheez-It rotating in. They are here on the high ground, and it looks like they do have some of staging to work off of right now. But again, the ever-looming threat of these Valkyries, you have to worry about a team just falling on top of you. So he's just keeping an eye out for now, as they are just full 3-man flying in formation. Team Cheez-It are safe though, as this ring will pull away to a bit more of a classic zone over towards that big rock. Team Pringles in the thick of things here. The bubble goes down for Phony, allowing them time to heal up, and it looks like there's enough coverage as well. They don't have to worry about below them, but they still need to full heal. In this zone, we're down to 11 squads, 26 players remaining, as Shiny finds the final kill onto VFL Hunter there. And so, we're already down to about half the lobby.
And you can see the thought process right now from these teams trying new things with the Valkyrie. They say, all right, yeah, let's play Valkyrie. It's going to be so sick. Our rotations are going to be awesome. But everyone's going to have that same mentality, and all of these spots are going to be taken. So you go and you make this blind rotate, and it makes things so difficult to go and do. Now Team Liquid, they've been footing it the entire time. They've found their way over towards this nice little opening area. And the sentinel shots are on point right now for Nocturnal. Keep in mind, they have all this loot to go and work with, so they're going to have plenty of cells. And love the way that Team Liquid plays. You can see just individually how spread out they are, but they're within distance of helping each other. And Flanker's always advancing to the next little head glitch. You would see this rock on the map and be like, there's no way this rock's going to provide cover, right? But look at the way that he's able to just barely peek his head out, crouch occasionally, scan comes through, and he's just trying to get people to kind of overextend so he could lay down some extra damage. He's confident in his 1v1 abilities, and this is what you love to see from Team Liquid. Just great confidence overall, but also great teamwork. Look at the mini-map and how spread out they are. Everyone's playing the edge with their back towards the zone, and they're just going to continue to add pressure on this team inside, hoping that another team pressures them from behind.
Yeah, and they're beautifully set up, like you said. Flanker on the front line. You got Nocturnal, who is the one that has mobility, and right in between them, that Gibraltar, in case he needs to throw that bubble to either side. Right now, Team Intel still here on the high ground bridge. They have a lot around them, an entire squad below them here, but they cannot push quite yet. 6 has been cracked on that Gibraltar. This is a changeup that we saw him make last night. Right now, here is the push. RKT have to back off from those nades. They poke on out. Stunny with the PK. Takes out Bambino. Tech is low, but they should be able to recover so far as they get the knock onto Paradise as well. The entire time, Nocturnal is just sniping away from distance, allowing the lobby to just thin itself out. Team Intel still controlling the high ground here. We are now down to 8 squads, 22 players remaining.
Yeah, really exciting game number 1. Everybody really playing this one well. I mean, yeah, you don't want to be on the low ground over here, but sometimes that's just what the game gives you, and you're forced down here. Winning these fights are extremely difficult, so you can see the thought process from the team below. They're trying to chuck some Kobe's up over here to land something. Anders is going to try to use some of that AoE over towards the side. Shotguns with the EVA 8 long range. Not going to do much work, but that burst with the Volt is the knock goes down onto Prodigy Aces. And the high ground going to be taken to try to avoid the defensive bombardment that is being used as well. And now the flank comes around over towards the side. That's going to be Phony with the initial knock. Now it's up to Fury onto Panders again. We've seen this numerous times. Panders is the last guy alive, but he's not going to be able to survive this one as a great flank comes in for Pringles. That was the opportunity they were waiting for.
Rockstar dropping, fighting on the low ground here, right in the thick of the gas, as Matt Pickett and Noi Senpai doing as much as they can, but Matt Pickett is bleeding out, will get finished off. Now Prodigy Ace is somehow still surviving for his squad. I feel like he was the first one that ended up getting knocked by Team Intel, and the just absolute presence of Cheez-It was what allowed Team Pringles to get that flank onto Team Intel. They were just lurking on that bridge the entire time. Rice Krispies are knocked out. We are now down to our top 5 squads as Team Cheez-It get taken out as well. Now, 4 squads remaining and might have a rats running around throughout all of this here. We got Team Pringles, we got Rockstar, I believe. Let's go ahead and swap around to see who we still have as the final ring closing in now. 30 seconds left. It's Buffers from Fallen Angels, who somehow is still alive, got shot up, will be able to enter that queue, but now he is committed to play this side as the zone closes in. Tempest right on top of Pal. CLG versus them as Phony goes down. Renegades need to recover Pow here, but it looks like he's in the middle of nowhere. They're getting pressured. Defensive bombardment from Bowser as he backs away. Does have that bubble as well. Defensive bubble coming out from the other side, but now they are just bleeding out to the ring. Bowser is forced forward, and he will fall to Nocturnal. Team Liquid looking to clean this up and finish this one off. This should just be it. Saucer, the only one remaining on this squad, and then Buffers, I believe, on the other side of this island. Nocturnal will hunt him down with these missiles. They should be able to finish them off in just a moment.
Yeah, it looks like the final squad remaining could have a two-man squad. No, it is just the Rat, and I believe it is Buffers, who did a great job surviving throughout all that. It's going to pick up a lot of placement points, but what a job there by Team Liquid. And that was a very well-executed game throughout the entirety, and a lot of times you're going to see zones close and it's not going to be so fast-paced, but because there was so much action going on there and the third parties were prevalent, there was a great play from a lot of different teams. Team Cheez-It did whatever they could with Rakanishu. We saw Team Pringles doing whatever they could when they went and flanked. But overall, Team Liquid, with their slow and methodical play, again, just footing it the entire time, slowly, methodically making their way up. They got rewarded big with a lot of placement points and a decent amount of kill points as well.
Yeah, and that is game one. Team Liquid will take the first match of the evening. We're going to take a short break, but when we get back, we'll have game number 2 of Series E right after this.
Hey, I'm GS Bird. I run Gibraltar. I'm more like the support character, kind of anchor. I just sit back, I hold it down. It's kind of what I do.
Enough to take away from Team Intel that first place spot on the overall leaderboards. RKT now trying to make a push onto Team Liquid. They got climbed on. Bird got caught unawares, but Albert Lely will fall. Defensive bombardment does go down from...
And then for my gun comp, I would probably say an R301 sniper or an EVA. I gotta have the EVA or Mastiff on me because the arm shield just goes too crazy. For all your Rice Krispie Treats products, you can head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. I play Apex for Team Rice Krispie Treats, and you're watching Series E.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams and talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the place. I'm talking one chance, I was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Esports Arena Orange County studio. I am your host, Yeso, and one game down to start the day, and it is Team Liquid coming out on top. One of the questions I asked at the end of the day yesterday, right? Team Pop-Tarts had, as I mentioned, one of the most dominant performances we've seen in Series E history, but the question was, Can they continue it into Wednesday night? It's a completely different level of competition with all these pro squads coming in. And to start off, it's going to be a tough day. Team Pop-Tarts not making it into that top 5. Pringles getting knocked out there at the end. And it's a couple of pro squads to finish off the game with TL coming out on top. So our partner teams certainly have their work cut out for them. But as we have seen over the last few weeks, they can compete with these teams. They've just got to get things rolling, and you can't take a game off. One game off can cost you everything, as we saw from Team Intel last week. They finished just a single point behind KSZ, not able to grab first place. So every single game matters. The partnered squad's going to have to get on their horse here with 5 games to go. Can't waste any time. Let's check out our post-game stats here for the first game of the day. And it was Nocturnal leading the way there for Team Liquid. And as Jamerson and Tom mentioned, a bit of a sub in today. No Alberlele, but they still look really, really strong. Meanwhile, Bowser for Renegades with 6 kills, grabbing kill leader for that first game. Renegades had a bit of a rough debut on SeriesE a week ago. They ended up in a ton of early game fights against Team Applejacks that AJ was consistently winning last week, but seems like Renegades starting to get their feet under them here in SeriesE. Love to see that from them. Hopefully that will continue throughout the day and the following weeks. And then Nocturnal leading the way in damage, 2,400 damage on the nose. We'll have to see if Team Liquid can keep things rolling. This is a squad that finished second place to TSM just a couple of weeks ago in Pro Night, but I think they're looking for the top spot here today. We'll have to see if they can grab it. Game 2 will be here just after this break.
Hey, what's up? This is GS Bird, and this is a game I like to call Rice Krispies Roulette. Basically, whatever team I pull out of here, that's who we land on, and that's who we grief. Throw that one out. We don't land on them. Pringles. It is Pringles. Pringles is getting grief this week.
Going to be absolutely stacked on their rotation, which is going to probably be a blue rotation, most likely into the toilet bowl area, and they're going to go from there depending on what the zone's going to be. But here's the fight, as Rice Krispie Treats has 2 down already, and the finishes, they know they have the advantage in this fight. Pony last one alive, maybe able to get a knock, but it's not going to last.
For all your Rice Krispie Treats products, you can head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. Hey, it's GS Bird.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name is Sunny.
I play Apex for Team Rice Krispie Treats.
And you're watching SeriesE.
SeriesE.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
I've got this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
All right, welcome back, guys, to SeriesE as we are getting ready to head into game number 2, but it was Team Liquid that ended up the ultimate victors in game number 1. We saw them fragging out throughout all portions of the game, so let's see how many kills that they were actually able to get onto the board, taking a look at the Mobile One leaderboard. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a shocker. I mean, almost speechless thinking the way Team Liquid was able to play that one. I thought they would have had at least 10, 12 kill points, but instead, Renegades taking the lead overall because they were popping off. And what they did, Jamerson, is put themselves in a position where we were talking about the amount of chokes, the amount of players that were going to be coming from different areas. Bowser is so good at not only calling team fights, but calling where the zone's going to be and putting his team in powerful positions. That's why they're able to do so well. But what a game overall. A lot of these partner teams, though, still Cheez-It, Rice Krispie Treats, Pringles, they're right there in the race still. Team Cheez-It has been so impressive week after week, and Team Pringles too, so it's nice to see them stay consistent. And the ratting at the end, proven fairly useful there for Fallen Angels.
Yeah, picking up like 7 or 9 points there overall. I think that might have just been it. I don't think they got any kills.
Yeah.
This is just purely off of placement points for Fallen Angels, and that's massive because that means the middle of the pack is actually much closer than it really should be. There is an opportunity for other squads to be really highly up there at this point, but those points were taken away by the ratting, which is why it's still super important to have your Wraith know how to rat it out in the late game.
And what's weird is Flashpoint, Applejack, Charlotte Phoenix, Navi, etc. Charlotte Phoenix, especially after being in a spot where it looked like the zone was going to end, pulls really hard away from over towards that. What do you call that area, Jamerson? You have a really good call for that area, the Hot Springs area. The Hot Springs area is a lot of times where that zone is going to pull, but Bowser and Renegades actually made the prediction, and you can see here it's basically just textbook Apex in terms of the way that they were able to work their way up over towards the zone, picking up a lot of kills. I think it was Saucer overall had 4 or 5, 6 kills overall. Yeah, you can see 4 kills right there, 7 assists. So you knew that they were popping off. And yeah, while they didn't pick up the full 9 placement points from getting second because of the rat, they picked up a handful, 13 kill points overall for Team Renegades.
Yeah, just trying his best to run away here. Imagine if he could have picked up the +2, getting second place for his squad, but still great effort coming out from Renegades. And, you know, I love how you pointed out having a great spot where you're a bit more proactive. In the past, when I was initially introduced to Bowser, it was back when he was playing with Fire. It was Lane, and I can't remember who their third was, but they were an incredibly passive team that were really good at calling the circles, but always put themselves in passive positions. Bowser being able to play a little bit more aggressively now, we get to see what this Renegade squad can really do. Pow was also another case where they played very passively back when he was on CLG, but now they get to play more power positions with these calls. So it's great to see this turnaround from Renegades, especially with all the tournaments coming up for them.
Yeah, exactly. And they like to take fights. You could see when they're, going and skirmishing, and Saucer's the perfect player for that. And the fact that they have the support from Renegades now, they have the full roster. You're talking about how many different teams, we've seen Bowser play on. He was one of the players that was almost on a new team every single month now. So to have that consistency, to be in SeriesE playing and practicing with your team, also looks like they have a fairly decent landing spot too over towards Tree, and I don't think that they're getting contested from what I see. So it's nice to always own your real estate and to start working on your rotations, because that was a fairly long trek. And the really good teams are the teams that don't worry where the zones are going to pull, because we're going to see things just like yesterday where the zone will continue to go to the same spot over and over again. People are tweeting about it. They're complaining about it. I'm sure there's going to be some sort of fix that comes in eventually. But this one is just going to pull over towards the south side, launch site area, dome area. And I'm really interested to see where Bowser puts his team here. Are they going to go and take more of a approach like last game, or are they going to play a little bit differently? As it looks like Team Applejacks is actually in the vicinity too. So they don't take the good loot. They get stuck on the outside, and that means that they are going to be most likely facing a team with superior armors. Rice Krispie Treats is getting contested over here. Z Davis is knocked. Finicky answers right back, and now it's only up to Tech as the lone Wraith. I don't think he's going to go and take this fight because it's a 2-on-1.
Yeah, surprising here for Rice Krispies, as they weren't challenged in game number 1, but they are now by the squad. Flashpoint coming in to finish them all off. Tech in the 1v3. The Applejacks versus Renegades fights taking place once again. Renegades, they thought they learned their lessons up against Applejacks, not allowing them to have the roof control here, but Bowser gets taken out. It looks like it was a 3-0-3 third party coming in. The quick rotate out from launch site. We saw how many third parties will come and show up over here at Tree, especially with the ring pulling down over towards launch site. They'll have the time to actually play this one off. Do get Bowser up, and they'll be able to back off. It looks like Applejacks themselves now being a little bit reticent because of that ever-looming threat of the third party.
Yeah, and I want to know, Jamerson, as this fight's going on, it should last a little bit with 303 being over towards the side. I'd be shocked if Renegades actually pokes their face, and Applejacks needs to reconsider as well. What is the gun that you hate shooting the most without a scope? Because looking at that 30-30 that Pow was shooting, I would have to say that is my least favorite gun without a scope.
I just don't even like the 30-30. I haven't really been able to give it a try. And hold a thought, as Team Pringles Do find this fight over here at Refinery. It's going to be King Agni. Ooh, almost going down. One more. Hits for Flesh as Pringles will chase after this one. This is going to be free kills for them. Don't know if there's going to be any third parties. Very unlikely as he does chase after Curvy Barbie. Instant bleed out. There we go. Buffer's going down. That was the rat. And here's Pupstars looking for the third party. EFL Hunter does have that high ground, but they've lost their opportunity to try and take advantage of this fighting.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because you want to go in while they're healing or while they're looting. And now you're kind of asking for other teams to get involved, maybe from Overlook or a late rotation coming through, because it's already time. Teams from Skyhook, from Survey, etc. And there's the scan coming through, and they're going to just dip set out of here. Smart play from Pupstars, opportunity missed, but what a great bubble over there towards the side to go and finish off that player. I believe it was Curry Barbie that went down. The bubble was very well executed to go and cover the back, and even could have hit the finisher there to go and reset the armor. But now teams are going to have to make the rotations, Jamerson. Remember, this is about as far away from the map as you could be from where this circle is going to be ending, which is going to be Lava City Dome area. Razor looks like they're getting into a little bit of a skirmish. PK is going to be out in the hands of Zera Tricky, but a huge flank comes through. That's going to be the Charlotte Phoenix. Bronzy answers, Hacula's there, but with no armor left, and Kenny just continue to jiggle peek with this Peacekeeper, taking different angles, trying to land his shots, but it's going to be difficult. It's a 2-on-1 situation against one of our better teams. Charlotte Phoenix going to go and get the kills. Good to see them bounce back. Again, they were sitting in, 17th place with 0 points.
And they got taken out early on. Rockstar here in a fight over at Frag East. We're back to the neutral poking battle now as the nade comes out from Crummy. We'll see if he gets an air burst on the roof, and it's a big one.
Wow.
Actually gets the knock onto Vax.
Wow.
They don't quite have the vertical mobility to be able to take advantage of that immediately, but Crummy is there. Oh my god, Madness with the fadeaway. But here's Oi Senpai on the low ground, has the PK, hits for the 90, armor swap onto the blue, and they lose out on Crummy as Lou gets that thirst, and looks like CLG might have just been able to recover. Another big shot coming up from Oi Senpai here, but CLG now regrouping, but here's the chase coming up from Oi Senpai, getting caught on the ledge. He doesn't connect with any damage there. Holds the angle once again as Matt Pickett is trying to make something work. He's the only full healthy one on this squad. Chasing after him with the EVA 8. Madness is gone. Matt Pickett will finish them off, all with a huge nade to start things off.
Pickett just went ham right there. Absolutely ridiculous. But did you see how big of a nuisance Madness was being? The map movement, he's at the bottom of the elevator. Next thing you know, he's on the staircase. We have the luxury of seeing where these player outlines are, but just the movement in general, absolutely insane. And 303 Academy finally decides that they want to push it over towards the tree side. They haven't even been worried about the rotation. They're so interested in taking this fight, and let's see if they get punished for it. Looks like they're already taking a decent amount of damage. Everybody having to pop batteries. What do you think, Jamerson? Could this still be Renegades cooped up inside the top 4 here?
This has to be Renegades inside, and you have to wonder how close is Applejacks. They weren't too far away. I don't know if they rotated out of this one. Applejacks actually pushing in. They are low. You can see no armors for any of them, but they don't care. They get the first knock onto Escape. Playing around the bubble. They need to get the armor swaps here, and they do not. 303 actually pick this one up. Where? I'm still wondering where the other squad went.
Renegades, they're probably focused on rotating because the zone's right there, and they just won last game basically with 20 points. They got third, but there goes the res coming through, and that could be a sign for everyone to fly in, and that's exactly what they're doing, trying to land some shots over here with the bow. And now we switch on over to Cheese It to see what they're up to. They're going to be locking down. We've seen this spot a handful of times, and you've called when zones pull over here towards this smaller dome. Looks like a team's already over there, but the teams that rotate over here, they're not picking up that many kills, unfortunately, because you're basically playing for the end game here. Unless teams are running towards you weak, you're going to be picking up kills, but for the most part, you're just trying to hold players off of you because you want to lock this spot down, and that's exactly what Caustic and Joey Blackout are doing.
Yeah, Team Cheese It, though, have been a bit more characteristically aggressive when it comes to these southern zones. They know that a lot of the fighting is happening on the edges, a lot in the north, so you can find the isolated fights. But with the slower composition, with having Joey Blackout on that Caustic, means they cannot get as aggressive. They don't have the same kind of momentum in these team fights. And so Prodigy Aces does have to play this one a bit more cautiously. So things should slow down. But we're seeing, because of the pole all the way down here to the south, that's why the fighting was taking place on the southern buildings. Team Liquid are going to use that redeploy to try and get out of here for this rotate now, making their way over towards Sorting Factory. And I mean, Team Liquid, fresh off their victory in game number 1. A little bit of a slower start here for them, but it looks like it's just because a lot of teams have made way for them on this rotate.
And they're making their way downtown, walking fast, flying as well. So Shiny coming through, and he's going to be really key on getting into these zones here because he has to lay down some really good bubbles once they're having to push uphill or whatever they do, because now flying is an option. But again, you're going to have to fly, land, and then anticipate some sort of fight. And if that's the case, it really resides on Shiny's back and the decisions that he makes throughout all of that. As Rockstar going to make their way and start to advance a little bit. Senpai, the only player without purple armor quite yet, but he's only 10 off here, so he should be looking good. He's going to hit a battery. This team is gatekeeping big time, and it looks like Rockstar is interested in taking this fight.
Yeah, they have 1 minute and 45 seconds to work on this fight, and so they can try to do this, and it is zone 2, so they can take the damage as well if they need to. They've got the purple armors now on board for Oe Senpai, but he's hit for flesh. As you can see, the team's considering poking out. They did push out of that building for a slight moment there. We're just back to poking and prodding now as the scan comes out from Matt Pickett, not catching anyone else on that radar, and so they might think this is safe, but again, have to note that a lot of teams could still be rotating from the north, which is why Rockstar is being a little cautious. Crummy will have that port, and in just a moment, they should be setting that one up to get aggressive. But oh no, Oe Senpai got tagged up from the western edge. The team rotating through Harvester now. This is looking very dicey for Team Rockstar.
Yeah, he needs to make a play here. I mean, he realizes that they're sandwiched, but unfortunately, there isn't many places to go except where you were just at. So back up the hill into the choke. There could be a team already rotating over there. This makes things really difficult for Rockstar, but really it comes down to Crummy. They're going to have to find a spot to play.
Yeah, and they're not a Valkyrie squad. They're not going to have that same kind of relocation, but it looks like the squad that rotated through from Harvester will just go ahead and pass through. Time was winding down. There's 30 seconds before the zone starts closing, and you need to get to the south side of the zone. When it ends over here at launch site, we know how desperate teams get for the rotates because of the positions like Team Intel holding out right now, where they can play the ultimate gatekeeper.
Looking for a lot of kills right here. Metro's going to have to evolve this thing up. They have so much crafting to work with, too. This is a perfect spot to be in, but everyone has to keep their head on a swivel. Metro's going to have to continue to hit periodic scans as teams are going to be flying in all over the place. And we'll see how many kills Intel is going to be able to get. Again, they're not afraid to play aggressive. We saw what they were able to do last week as Team Liquid taking a lot of damage. Nocturnal actually going to pop a Phoenix kit, so he's going to be down for 10 seconds. This defensive bombardment is a little bit late. If they waited maybe about 3 or 4 seconds to throw this one, it would have landed right when the bubble was going away, but instead none of those is going to connect, and now Team Liquid is safe just for now, though.
Yeah, and that team really can't poke their head out to try and challenge Team Liquid here. Liquid playing this one a little bit differently than they did in game number 1, but of course, you are a victim to your circumstances. They don't want to be caught in that big mad scramble on the north side where Team Intel are looking to gatekeep teams out. They just fly right past it, Tom.
And look at the way that Shiny is locking down the entire team over towards the side with just the Spitfire and his armor shield, as the nade is going to connect onto Phony just temporarily, though, as it is going to be the Havoc ripping into the side right there as Fury realizes the advantage that they're going to go and drop. Nice job by this team splitting up, but in that 2v3 situation, it's not going to work out. Pringles showcasing why they've been one of our most consistent partner teams here. Tempest's going to hit the controller loot. Like you were saying, Jamerson, they could even fought in the zone. They weren't worried about that at all. And also playing the edge and taking secluded fights is exactly what you want to see. When you go and you look at what a team like Pringles is doing compared to other teams that are, you know, sitting inside, maybe like Pop-Tarts, for example, in the previous game, the thought process is completely different. And the game that they're playing is completely different as well. It just goes to show you how fast they've evolved as a team. They look like a team that can basically, you know, win an ALGS, in my opinion. I've been so impressed with the way that Pringles goes methodically throughout the map, but also the way that they can play the zone, they can take fights, they can rotate, they can basically do all aspects that they need to do as a team.
Rockstar getting gate kept over here by Tree right now, though. As you can see, Crummy running low, does need to heal up very shortly. Team Liquid, it seemed we're getting pushed by Charlotte Phoenix. They lose out on flanker throughout all that. Gold bag rest to get Shiny back on up, and oh no, very unfortunate. You saw the death box dropping all the way below, basically to
Nocturnal's got that, right?
I don't know if he can. I don't know if there's like a death floor there or not. It looks like Bronzy does get taken out. 303 coming in for the third party, as Team Liquid are just gonna have to play this one out as a duo. And unfortunately, here you go on the south side of launch site. You can see it's 303 controlling the building now. They've got looks 2 knocks, looking to get the thirst. No, it's just the 1 knock for the time being. So it's a 2v3. Charlotte Phoenix now do get scanned. They're stuck inside. The pinch coming out. They go for the peek as Styx takes a lot of damage, but the rest of the squad pushing through now. And you can see how they're trying to isolate the fight on the other side. Charlotte Phoenix are trying their best, but the numbers advantage is just too strong for 303. He should be able to finish this off shortly. Somehow, they just let them go.
Intel's there, that's why. Well, Intel's in the vicinity, and Styx has taken a decent amount of damage. Intel's timing is phenomenal right here because they're trying to basically get a 2-for-1 throughout all of this. They're the team that is locking down priority spots and looks like they should be getting third party, but instead, Renegades is there too. So a very heads-up play to kind of back off from that one is there was 2 really, really strong teams waiting in the wings, and that's what happens with so much area to cover and so many different teams wanting to take that spot.
Yeah, and so we have about 4 or 5 teams here, as it looks like Team Liquid are getting pushed by Pop-Tarts, finishing off the final member. That's Nocturnal to go down. Lucas did fall. It looks like someone's trying to secure that thirst, as Nestle on the northern side fighting up against Team Intel right now. They got the knock onto Metro. It's going to be the 3v2, but they have to reset. Maybe buying time for Team Intel themselves to be able to get the res. 6 does fall as 303 picks that one up, and now 303 able to recover extremely strong, and Nestle getting pushed by Pringles. Crook has gone down, as it looks like it's going to be just Kearns very shortly for Team Intel. What a nade right on top of Ronnie. Dracos is the only one alive, and all the utilities raining down on top of him. EMP as well. Now he's trying his best to heal, but the zone's closing in on him. Now Pop-Tarts will ultimately push Cheez-It here on the south side. I don't know why, but there's just so much fighting taking place down here, and Pop-Tarts are the ultimate victors.
Lucas is just so good at these up-close fights. The control, the tracking was really, really strong there. But what a nade from ASCII, the Kobe across the map, doing insane damage. Like you said, on top of that, the EMP comes through. We were calling for Crypto in the previous game, and love to see somebody utilizing the amount that he can bring to a team. One thing's for sure, Team Liquid would have been able to get banners back, but I don't think they would have survived the onslaught that came over towards there when Team Pop-Tarts was coming over and taking their spot. We'll see what the rotation is here now, though. It's so important for Bambino to lay down a good bubble. This is that situation where we're talking about for Team Liquid when they make their uphill battle. This is what 303 is going to be faced with here. So will it be a jump pad rotation? Where will they go here? You can see the pings going down over towards the rock. So that's going to be the spot. But this is where things get really interesting with this zone.
Here's 303 Academy, though, going for the Valkyrie rotate on top of the eggshells. They will be able to play up here, but they have to be worried. Pop-Tart stuck in that back corner. And with that bubble down on the high ground, you have to realize that you are still vulnerable from below. It is not a sphere. It's just half the sphere there. And so they do capitulate and do drop down, but they should be safe here for now. The issue is, though, most of the teams are going to be rotating in from the north, and you have to be worried. With 5 full squads remaining, you know one's to your south, and you've got 3 more now, basically, closing in on you.
Yeah, so basically they have to play around escape, because without that bubble, there's going to be no cover for them to go to once they start getting collapsed upon. But Renegades is still in the game. Bowser getting the knock right there onto O Senpai with the wingman. So we're going to have to keep tabs on where Renegades is, because keep in mind, they got 3rd place last game, but they still are the overall point getters, as 303 is going to send it. They're going to get a bubble fight in here very shortly. That is going to be a player healing in front of him. It does comes through. That is going to be some great shots coming through, but Stomp somehow with the PK is able to answer. Speaking of great shots, Escapes has some of his own. The armor swaps looking like they're going to come through. they're going to be stoked with the amount of resources that are back here. But this little cubby, you can see why so many teams have wanted it. You can play the zone right when it comes, and you have so much cover to work with this head glitch. But everybody absolutely going insane over towards that area, and Renegades is peacefully just walking up over towards the zone.
It was a beautiful call coming out from 303 Academy, understanding that the other teams were fighting to the north. This was their opportunity to try and take an isolated fight, and they do take it. We're down to 4 squads, 10 players remaining. It's looking like we might have a rat still alive here. Is that Paradise that's alive for himself? 303 Academy got Pop-Tarts. No, it's just Lucas as the rat currently now. We'll see how much longer he can survive, as now we are down to 9 players remaining. So 3v3v2v1. Farmer Lucas, how long can you rat this out for? As you can see, Renegades now trying to get a little bit aggressive, cut off that squad, but they just put themselves into the sandwich, trying to pick up these kills.
Nice angles coming through from Saucer, but that's going to be a great EMP coming in from 303. Saucer doesn't care, though. He's going to stay throughout this fight. Even 8 shots are going to connect. The help comes through. The bubble is there. Academy is wondering if they want to go and hop in on this fight too, but they're going to give up position if they do. Flank comes through from the rat. That's going to be Lucas. Nice burst there. And the high ground coming through. This is going to be crucial in this zone. You can see the only player on the high ground right now. So 303 is going to be having a great position right here onto Renegades, and they are going to get the knock onto Saucer too. 303 Academy putting on a clinic over here. What a great job of everybody spreading out. Lucas is a thorn over towards the side, but he's going to be spotted out, and that's going to be all she wrote for our rat in this game. Now we're going to be having a straight on 3-on-3 after this.
Yeah, Lucas goes down. I believe they got the knock, though, so it's going to be a 3v2, unless they got the res. Do have Saucer. He is up. He does have some HP, so they were able to get the rest at the very least, but he still needs to reset. Only get them back for now. Great shots from above, along with the missile barrage, and Kaflon is just raining death from above.
Saucer healed, though.
But he's going to hold out now, allowing them to go for the reset. You can see the zone closing in. They've got the high ground, about to get challenged here as they go for the ultimate. That's going to leave them vulnerable here, and they're just sitting ducks. Well, flying ducks, I guess, in a full V formation, but we'll see if this kind of confusion really throws 303 off guard. But it looks like the full push on down. They've got the nades, they've got the bubble as well. Renegades, what
genius.
A surprising turn of events now, as they have flipped the script onto 303 Academy. Renegades, they narrowly missed out on the victory in game number 1, but it looks like they want to finish this one off, taking it down to a 2v2. Pow is low in terms of armor, but they're trading back, forcing out the bubble from the other side here. They're going for the reset. Saucer hitting that syringe. We got cells being used on the other side. Bat up for Pow as they back away into the corner for the time being into this 2v2. 303. They're going from the peaks from either side right now. But you can see the high ground being focused out by Saucer. He wants to have that angle, going for that side flank as well. I love how RNG are setting up this team fight now. Pow's got the eggshell as well, and he'll have full information about this squad now. You got, it looks like, all of RNG ready to just pounce as 303 tried to push out on Saucer, leaving him out into a 1v2, but from above, they got the knock onto 1. It's a 1v1 now. Pow has the HP advantage, just narrowly up against Styx as he's trying to push the advantage here. He does have the purple armor versus the red armor along with 100 HP. And like I said, it's a very tense situation. Medkit getting popped. Will Pow allow him to do this? Only 3 more seconds. He pushes it, cancels it last minute. Beautiful play out from Pow, but now he's cracked himself as he has to be careful. Tries to play the headshot angle, drops down low, and it's all come down to this. Will the Q finish him off?
Go.
It's good. Renegades turn it around and take the win in game number 2.
That was such a nasty ending right there. Renegades played that perfectly. So many different situations going through their head, and they all worked so well. I love that we were able to watch the split screen, so we were able to see exactly what these teams were thinking. But all I could think about in the end was how many times players have warmed up in the arena with that same exact 1v1 angle, just like that. If you've ever played Apex against your teammates, you've played that scenario 1,000 times right there, especially with the wingman in hand. Great shots there, great thought process and teamwork from Renegades.
A beautiful play coming out from Renegades. They were our point leaders overall heading into game number 2. And now with this win, this is going to be a massive lead for them. We're going to find out, though. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 3 after this.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name is Danny. I play Wraith for my team, and the reason I like to play Wraith is because I have my Q, and because I like to tell my teammates where to go and when to get there and how we should get there.
Retreats. Another team pushing in on him, got that caustic gas going on, but Stunny does not care. He is up top with the Digi threat, shooting right through on them, trying to kill the caustic, trying to punch him out, but looks like Stunny.
The weapons I like to run are R9 Wingman. Wingman is I just love the weapon. It's a lot of high risk, high reward. R9 because I'm just a one-trick R9, and I also like to run R301 and EVA 8 because it's just the most like balance you can get. You got a little bit of everything. We chose staging as our drop spot because it's like not in the center of the map, but it's not too far off to the left, not too far off to like the right or any spots on the map. You know, you can get to the location you need to get to pretty quickly for the most part. It also has a beacon scan and a lot of loot, so that's the main reason why we got there. We have set rotations for pretty much every spot. We know NRG lands there, but maybe someday we'll contest them, but for the time being we land there because it's free, and we know how to play off that spot really well. If you guys want to check out Rice Krispie Treats and get some for yourself to have some snacks around, check out walmart.com/esportsarena. I play Apex Legends for Team Rice Krispie Treats, and you're watching SeriesE.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes, go take them on the go. Eat cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes, go take them on the go. It's Jumbo, it's for snacking, it's Jumbo Snacks.
All right, folks, welcome back. EASO, your host here, as we continue Rice Krispies Treats Week here on SeriesE. And what a fantastic finish to that second game there, Renegades versus 303 Academy. We got the 3v3 down to the 2v2, down to the 1v1, and then we get the clutch play there from Pow Pow with the rocket finish to close out the game on the Valkyrie. I'm not too surprised that we've seen a ton of Valkyrie since the start of Season 9. We're only in our second day of play on this new patch, but she continues to crop up and showing up fairly well. The aggressive ultimate was certainly an interesting choice that I know Jamerson and Tom were a little questionable about, but RNG ended up playing it out and finishing the game with the win. They already had the lead after our first game of the day, and they will have only built on it with that performance there. So great finish for Renegades, and as I mentioned earlier in the day, they had a rough start to their season here in SeriesE a week ago, but they are showing up tonight, and we'd love to see it. We'll see if it can continue. Let's go check out our post-game stats here for our second game of the day. And obviously, again, gotta commend Pow Pow. Great finish there. The Rockets to take out the one-shot final member there of 303 Academy. But Calfon there, 5 kills, does grab a kill leader for our second game of the day. And then it's Escape. Over 3,000 damage there for Escape. So 303 Academy with, I believe, their own debut here in SeriesE, looking really strong today. Certainly a contender as the day continues. It's going to be certainly fun to watch. We'll have to see if anybody can chase down Renegades at the top of our Mobile 1 leaderboard. We'll have to find out with Game 3 after this break.
I'm GS Bird, and I'm about to try this giant Rice Krispies treat.
What's up, guys? My name is Sunny, and I'm about to try an original Rice Krispie treat. It's good. It's bomb.
For all your Rice Krispie Treats products, you can
check out walmart.com/esportsarena.
Hey, it's GS Bird.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name is Sunny.
I play Apex for Team Rice Krispies Treats.
And you're watching SeriesE.
SeriesE.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him! Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoffs.
It's fruit refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0-calorie treat. They're all our top flavored splash.
It's fruit refreshing.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind to shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
All right, guys, welcome back to Series E. We're about to head into the third game of this half. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see where we stand. It should be Renegades up top right now. 17-point lead over 303 Academy after 2 games.
They're consistent, Jamerson. 20 points a game is exactly what they're going for right now. And really, really impressed with the way they played that end game. But also shout out to 303 Academy, who was duking it out with the big dogs, 303 Esports, and they're even beating them right now by a handful of points. Let's see if they can keep up that momentum. Pringles was playing phenomenal. Again, Fury, one of my MVPs for Series E so far. But also, I love the way that Lucas plays on Pop-Tarts. I think that both of these aggressive players, you know, obviously Fury on Octane, a Wraith main as well, and then Lucas doing the same thing, but he's on Wraith. They've been able to create a lot of different openings, and then the supporting cast has been there as well. Team Rockstar over the last couple of weeks has been picking it up as well, so not surprised to see them over towards the top. Intel seems like they've been playing great, but only 9 points, Jamerson. I really would like to see them kind of skyrocket a little more because overall I think they're playing decent.
Yeah, I think one of the things is just that the meta has changed. Typically, when we see that circle pulling down over towards launch site, you're expecting a lot of fights or at least a lot of gatekeeping on the north side of launch. But with Valkyrie coming in, that position that Intel were holding did not net them the kill points that they were expecting from the position that they had. But we did have 303 Academy get very aggressive throughout all of that, find a lot of kill points through that as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment. 303 somehow turning this one around. Full send, you saw using that Valkyrie ultimate to retake the high ground, force them back onto the low. It all came down to this 1v1. Styx starts hitting this med kit.
Yeah, Styx shouldn't even start hitting the med kit because that shows that he's actually missing health. And then obviously the animation is huge too. In my opinion, if Styx hits the fat scan and then immediately climbs up to the high ground and gets aggressive, That's the type of play that's going to throw Pau off. Instead, he plays a little bit too passive, gives Pau the upper hand in this fight, and Pau just kind of picks him apart with the utility, but also the angles that he's taking throughout all of that. Every single time that Renegades had some sort of advantage, there was zero hesitation, and they've even got themselves out of very poor position previous to that. The high ground was owned by 303 Academy, but then all of a sudden they take a flight. Everybody follows Pau up towards the high ground, and then they all sit on top of the eggshell. Eventually, when you saw that they kind of got split up, you felt like 303 possibly had the advantage, but the wingman shots from Pau were just so strong.
Yeah, and he knew the situation he was in. He was like, wait, hold up. I've got my tack, and he just finishes it off right there. Basically, that is the shortest distance, I believe, that you can fire that at as well. There is like a range to it around you. So he just finds the perfect sweet spot, gets him right into it, and gets to connect for that final finish. I mean, you saw he was only down to about 30 HP, and that thing, if it gets really good connects, it does massive damage. That's why it is on a 30-second cooldown. Might need to go higher, as we are heading into game number 3 on board with Renegades, who are currently leading the lobby, 40 points overall after 2 games.
Yeah, it's not like getting a win with the Bangalore smoke, even though that would be super hilarious to see someone pull that one off. But Renegades has been impressive to say the least. Again, when we have zones go over towards the west and then over towards the south, you can see that they have a handful of different varieties of their game. And they even got contested last time over towards Tree, found themselves out of that position. We thought that it was still them stuck on top of the roof, but in the second floor. But instead, it was Team Applejacks, I believe, that was inside the building. And now we can get some eyes on, and it looks like they are going to take the backside of Tree again, and I believe that is another contestation.
Yeah, this is exactly how it's been playing out for the last 2 weeks now between Renegades and Applejacks. Applejacks decide to just push in. Once they get the loot out, they force them into these buildings, essentially, and Applejacks try to fight from top down, but Renegades, you saw they've been taking different approaches over the last 2 games. We do have the first sights of the ring. So far, it looks like we are going to have seemingly quite possibly a Harvester ending, but we'll see exactly which way this ring pulls. On board with Pop-Tarts, though, over here at Overlook, and it is going to be the full 3-man that have dropped over here. They're not running the Bloodhound, as we do, of course, have Impulse on that Gibraltar. So they're another squad that's trying and testing out that Valkyrie composition.
Yeah, we'll see if it'll work for them overall. Again, getting some decent loot. If you can get a scout scope here, this is going to be the perfect setup coming in for Impulse. You can see the R9 on the ground, and if you're playing ranked, yeah, grabbing the R9, it's a lot more fun to go and use. But in these tournament scenarios, the scout just so useful, especially on your Gibraltar, to go and have that presence, as we do see exactly what we were talking about, Jamerson. The push coming in from Applejacks, Renegades backing down over towards the building, and Bowser is going to get knocked to start things. That's going to be Aves taking a lot of damage too, but with the advantage, they should be able to push this one. Rollers, though, walks right into Pau's flatline. Now the advantage is gone because Aves is taking so much damage, and Pau just 3v1'd them. Are you kidding me?
Renegades really knowing how to fight this now. They need to be quick on that res as well. As you can see, Pau wary of that third party that came in from game number 2, and Bowser will get rezzed up. But last week, how Renegades were finding that out. They were really just holding their ground on the western side of that building, but this time around, they decide there's enough room to go around. They go all the way to the east, but here we are on board with CLG. They've got a team on top of them.
And it looks like Madness wants to clamber up over towards the back-end side, but there's so much fighting going on that we're back on board here with Rice Krispie Treats, fresh off of their snacks during the commercial break. You saw the giant Rice Krispie. There's Nestle Pure Life, aka Nestle Splash over here, taking a lot of damage. That's going to be Ronnie trying to stay alive as the last guy, but they're going to fall to Crazy R, one of our open teams now, CLG. They've infiltrated over towards the roof. It's going to be, it looks like a clean wipe over there, as Madness going to put the kunai into the back of that player, and they're going to be rewarded with some loot. Big key there is Lou doesn't get knocked, so any possible third parties are going to be slowed down just temporarily, and Vaxon even takes flight to go and scout throughout all that too. So great utility there coming through from CLG, and now they're going to make their long rotation down south and meet many, many, many different teams along the way.
And that was a crazy fight. That was a really good fight for Crazy R. You saw they were just taking the 3v1s over and over again, really understanding how to play the Gibraltar bubble there, and NPL just completely split up throughout all that. CLG, though, they do have, of course, that Valkyrie mobility if they so need to, but it's round one just beginning to close, and we saw that the ring will be pulling over towards the Harvester area. So while this is a long distance, there shouldn't be too many teams in the area. It's Rockstar, though, inside Harvester proper, as they do pick up the golden cargo, but they have a team ahead of them. And I don't know if Matt Pickett was able to get the scan on them initially, but the way he's peeking around, it looks like he is a little bit cautious. The scan goes out, and he does spot out that squad.
Yeah, you're right. The way that he was moving, he definitely knew exactly where they were coming from. And speaking of meeting a lot of different teams along the way, here it is. Pringles against CLG. There's the collat from Backslon, but it's not enough. Now it's up to Madness over here, and they're just going to go and give him the 1-2 punch over here. Is Fury going to finish that off? Armor swaps coming through. We was talking about Pringles in the previous game, Jamerson. I mean, these guys are just so impressive. They showed it again right there. There's so many different things that are just in this one little play right here. They knew CLG was coming around at that exact time. That's why they were waiting there. These teams get so used to playing one another. But not just that, the way that they were able to dominate that fight without barely taking any damage is ridiculous, because we know how good CLG actually is. So Pringles definitely looking like one of those teams to watch out for. Watch out for that. Mercy taking a lot of damage, going to have to go back through the portal. Bronzy's been knocked. It's going to be knocks coming in from both sides, but will they go through the portal? They will. Absolute madmen. 3-3 starting to push over here. It's going to be ASCII with the Spitfire, ASCII with the grenade last game too. That was absolutely ridiculous. Now they're going to take advantage of being up over towards this high ground. The thing about these Harvester circles, though, is where the heck is this one going to pull?
Yeah, that is the bigger question here, but weeding out a lot of the squads will make it much easier to play off of Harvester now. Rockstar, I believe, losing out on 2 quite possibly throughout all of that. Here we are on board with Cheez-It, who are playing the train tracks right now. There's a chance that this ring could pull down here. We'll find out, though, in about 1:30. Prodigy Aces has to be careful as he backs up off of this one. Rockstar's coming in from the other side now as Team Cheez-It will just back away from this fight. They do have all the caustic traps set up. They can lure fights into this one instead. Do not have to get aggressive, as it looks like the squad is posturing forward. They're trying to inch forward. More utility being used, and this is kind of surprising how many nades are being thrown onto Team Cheez-It right now.
Yeah, and it's not like they're sitting on like gray armors or anything too poorly. I think it's just a matter of their lack of long-range weapons, not being able to have a presence to back this team off, which shows them that they're not that strong of a team because the other team's able to advance on them. But instead, it's more or less they're trying to bait them into the caustic gas, and hopefully that team realizes it'd be a huge mistake, because there's going to be plenty of teams in the vicinity ready to pounce. And it looks like it's going to be an unorthodox play coming in from Renegades. We were talking about this in previous zones, I think in game number 1, where that tree rotation is fairly common for teams to come around over towards that high ground to make their way over towards Thermal and the fence. And it looks like that's what Renegades is planning on. They're still going to be in the next zone, so they're just going to keep their back towards it, let the other teams take themselves out. And then they're going to make their way over when they get an opportunity to. But Saucer, while he's crafting, takes huge damage. So Bowser is going to lay down some cover fire over here, and not much is going to happen. They're just going to slowly make their way up.
Yeah, there's a team up top on that high ground. Saucer, goes for the crafting, gets the bat, and has to immediately use it, unfortunately. But they should be able to pick up more. You see Bowser still sitting on 30 himself. If they need more economy, they can pick that one up. They had a relatively fast fight up against Applejacks beforehand, so I feel like their economy should be strong. On board with Team Pop-Tarts, who are playing here on the south side of Harvester currently. They have to be careful playing this spot. We know that a lot of teams were in the area. 303 were playing the center side of this spot just beforehand, and just the ever-looming threat of the pinch coming out could be a little bit worrisome, but looks like they're not too troubled by it right now, as things have slowed down here, but we are already down to 16 squads. So I don't know what's going on, but SeriesE has been absolutely fast-paced these past few weeks.
I'm curious which team made their way down over towards the bottom here, because you see the caustic, and I'm wondering if they dropped down from the train tracks and made their way over towards the snake building, which could be a little bit safer for Caustic to play. As you see the value of the scout there, as the zone is going to continue to pull Harvester side, and that is brutal for the teams that were expecting it to continue to pull over down towards the south. It's going to bounce back up over towards the north. Things are going to go down over towards that choke area, and I literally have no idea where this zone's going to go. Team Liquid taking to the skies here. Where are they going to make their rotation towards? You can see they're pinging everywhere. It's up to all three players here to kind of get a good feel for where to go.
Oh boy, they might have put themselves in between three teams, but they're getting closer towards that respawn building, and they've only scanned 2 off of that one from Flanker. If they want to make this push, they need to do it now. You got to see a lot of teams in the area just beforehand, but they can hold this position for the time being. And they have a lot of angles to worry about, though, as you can see as they back up. Nocturnal taking a lot of damage, holding the train tracks. He needs help, is able to heal up. Flanker himself gets cracked, and so now Team Liquid, they just need to stabilize here. And it looks like they're going to play this one a little bit more passively now.
And I think this makes sense for Team Liquid as the EMP is going to come through. Phoenix Kit is going to be popped at the right time, though. Flanker was worried about his behind throughout all of that. Bubble is going to be popped. Shiny going to use that one to go and heal. And Nocturnal's like, guys, I'm safe over towards this train tunnel. Why don't we make our way back on over here? And this is where you can see teams like Renegades waiting for their opportunity over towards the top center of Thermal. We don't know exactly where they went, but they've been waiting for teams in distress to kind of run out into the open like this and for other teams to fight and create opportunities for them to kind of move in. As the Sentinel still going to be in the hands of Nocturnal. Connects on the first and misses on the second. They are in a tough spot right now on Team Liquid's side.
Yeah, and this is one of those train tunnels that didn't get that same treatment as well with the map updates to World's Edge that provided a lot of cover. Luckily for them, though, Team Razor are getting aggressive on this squad right now. Serial on the front lines, took a lot of damage. Rice Krispie Treats in a fight over here by staging as well, as it looks like Razor versus Renegades. That's what's taking place, but Renegades are winning out on that one as Rice Krispie Treats take out Rated R. No problem whatsoever, full squad wipe, as it seems Renegades might have stabilized in that fight up against Team Razor. Serial getting finished off, but 303 Academy are in the area, and they know they have some grounds to make up, so maybe they try to force the issue up against Renegades.
Going to be interesting to see, and they do. So Styx continues to push right there and gets the finish. So now it's up to Saucer and Pow. We saw Pow pick up 3 early kills in this game against Team Applejacks. And Renegades, we were talking about how they were in the middle of Thermal on the high ground. Which rotation were they going to opt for? Well, now you see, and they have 3 players down over towards the bottom. So a little bait and switch here with Saucer. Scan is going to come through and show that they're a duo. And a heads-up play by the enemy team to get rid of that door, too, so any grenades could make their way in. So now they're going to have to decide, are they going to fight this one and try to go for the banner? I think that they have an opportunity to go for that one with 2 minutes left. So if they could just continue to bully and add a little bit of a pressure, it could work out in their favor. Also, you do have Kupski over towards the side. Distracting. Great shots coming in. Wow. That's going to be 2 knocks. They're taking the 2-on-3 straight on,
Intel
and now it's a 1-on-1. Yeah, Intel's there as
coming
well.
for the third party. Panders finishes off Styx, and Pow needs to heal up here as he hits that bat. And it was a long-range snipe coming out from 6, so maybe the third party doesn't come at them fast, as we do have the outlines below. It is still a 1v1, so 303 Academy not out quite yet. Just got one thirsted. They recover the banner here. Calf is fulled up, healed at this point, but it looks like Pow tries to get aggressive, but he gets tagged by Team Intel while he's doing it. That's going to allow Calf to actually push up and finish him off. Renegades get taken out. The lobby leaders are now gone, and it leaves an opportunity for 303 to recover.
Nice job there. Getting a little bit of revenge on Pow, who is looking unstoppable at this point, but the third party came through, and now it looks like the third party continues to come through. Is Team Cheez It going to continue to push here? Rakinishu going to fly in and take the high ground as Prodigy Ace is going to get the finish, and I believe they don't get rewarded with that kill point. So unfortunate there for Team Cheez It, as it looks like the last player is going to dip out for 303 Academy, but a great job finally dropping Renegades. Renegades was looking, again, so unstoppable, and now they're going to be taken out with the kill points that they got early on, but now we'll see what Team Cheez It is going to do from the position that they would have been in.
Yeah, it's still about 4 or 5 points, I think, for Team Renegades throughout all of this. So that will put them up to about 45. They had, I think, like a 17-point lead or so heading into this. So it's still a comfortable lead, but it can be cut into. And they might actually end up tied for a second. We'll see, though, what our other squads have in store for us. It looks like we're all on board. Rakanishi will take to the skies, and that's why. Try to push up onto that high ground. You're just going to completely avoid it, completely just bypass that. And they have a free rotate onto Harvester.
They're going to go and take this high ground, but there's going to be a team looking at them. So this is another blind rotation throughout all of that. So getting up on top of the roof is by far the best play, but it's going to be difficult because so many different teams could be looking at you. You have the team exactly where those pings are going to be. There's a defensive bombardment coming through. Portal's going to be placed. So tough spot to be in for Team Pop-Tarts is Senpai is going to, you know, give him a little friendly uppercut there if there's ever been a friendly uppercut.
Senpai's like, hey, we lost our third. Do you want to join us here? Unfortunately, Matt Pickett did time out. They're playing this one out as a duo. Beautiful, beautiful port being used just to avoid a lot of this damage, and they will just ping-pong back and forth between the valley here and the rooftop now, trying to avoid as much damage as possible. But Panders, with that bow check bow, does get that knock onto Joey Blackout, but this is at range again. Team Intel, they haven't been able to secure a kill. And look at Six. He has 1,000 damage, but they don't have a single kill yet. Doesn't even have that red Evo, unfortunately, as 303. What is that spray? ASCII gets punished for over peeking that one. Prodigy Aces will take him out now, bringing this down to a 2v2. I don't know if 303 can push this, but they're looking to posture up. The nades are coming out. Team Cheez-It hold the line, though, and they still have plenty of nades to throw down.
And if you see the mini-map, if they scooch up just a little bit more, they are in the next zone. So just got to play their back over here and make sure everything's in front of them, not getting too crazy. So I do like this play coming in for Team Cheez-It. It'd be great if they had Gibraltar here throughout all of this, but Rice Krispie Treats, they have a tough rotation, having to make their way over through numerous chokes. Grenade is going to land, scan, counter scan comes through. And this is a tough spot to be in for Rice Krispies, because if you ever have came out of train, you know how many teams like to hold up over towards this high ground, and you can see pings going down right there. But the longer these teams take the rotate, the more difficult it is going to be. And now Team Intel is going to go and try to take over this high ground. I thought they were going to go in third party this, but instead they're going to make their way over towards this building.
Bubble down as well. Panders is already up top for them, and they're having difficulty climbing up right now. Team Pringles, though, over by the snake, getting pushed. They do have the bubble down for themselves as Tempest scans their back. They will be able to play this position down here, and they should be happy with this one. This spot can net them a top 3 at the very least, and Team Pringles, they've already gotten the early kills as well for now. And so with the Beast the Hunt popping, Tempest just getting a good understanding of what's around them right now, and they should be happy here. Intel got pushed by Navi. They traded. Max Strafey has gone down. Kuya has fallen. It's all down to the 2v1, and it's going to be Team Intel picking this one up. Panders getting rezzed up as well. Team Intel will recover.
Really nice job by Intel. They could have been third-partied from a handful of different spots, but they go from the team over on the high ground sniping this area to actually taking the spot overall. So nice job by Team Intel as Panders is going to eat a lot of damage. Ooh, nice shot there from Six. That's going to back off the player that was shooting his teammate there, as Panders unfortunately doesn't have a medkit. He's going to have to hit some syringes, but we get a nice little picture-in-picture of where these teams are at with the flying camera. Nice job by the ops team. The team inside the snake right now sitting pretty. They're just waiting for things to unfold. And I believe that looks like that's going to be Team Liquid throughout all of this. Not sure if that's even the full Team Liquid squad, but keep in mind Team Pringles was down over towards below. You have Intel over towards the high ground, and then we're going to get some more flying camera action over here, as it looks like Metro wanted to get over towards his drones. So this zone is going to be interesting with 8 teams left here, Jamerson.
Yeah, and a lot of them are damaged, as you can see right now. Charlotte Phoenix are playing in the center of Harvester, and with a lot of the attention being pulled over here to the north, Intel making a lot of noise. Charlotte Phoenix might be able to push up, but it looks like they might be having some trouble themselves. Difficult to tell right now on that mini-map, as things have slowed down, but with 15 seconds left to go before the zone starts closing in, all about Intel trying to hold this spot for the time being. Looks like they are in. Just a small sliver here on the high ground as Team Cheez It were able to recover. It looked like they got the mobile respawn beacon down to get Joey Blackout back in, but they are not out of the fire quite yet. Rakinishu burns down to the missile swarm of Panders, and now the zone closing in. There's no way they get this res off, right? They're going for it, and they are actually safe.
Oh, it was a glitch.
For now.
Yeah, it was a observer glitch right there. The zone was actually not on top of them, so looks like they're going to take to the skies and get some scans down below on exactly what they should do is just circle in the air for as long as possible instead of going down. And it looks like that is kind of what the thought process is. They could have milked that a little bit longer. Now they decide where they want to go. Looks like it's going to be underneath this building. But what a job coming in from these teams that are taking the high ground. Fury takes a lot of damage. Prodigy Aces with the flat line. Bubble Res is going to come through. Does anybody have grenades on either team? That would be absolutely huge right now. It doesn't look like they do, and it was a full Team Liquid squad.
And it seems like Joey Blackout will fall. Nocturnal picking that one up throughout all of this. Intel fighting off 2 squads. Bronzy gets the knock onto 6, and Team Intel are out now. We're down to 6 squads full at that, as Team Liquid have to back off inside of Snake to heal up Flanker. Needs to hit that med kit as well. Team Pringles poised now to push up. The beautiful spray out to take out Shiny, bringing this down to a 3v2. But Pringles need to finish this fight quickly here. They cannot get enough. You know other squads are laying in wait for the third party, and it's already coming in. They're going for the peaks as Tempest gets the knock onto Flanker, and they will be able to finish off Team Liquid without taking any casualties. Beautiful push coming out from Team Pringles.
Again, Pringles continues to impress, taking down teams that have won ALGS tournaments, taking down CLG, taking down Team Liquid. Granted, it is not the full Team Liquid squad, but Shiny is an amazing, amazing player. So I am extremely impressed with the fact that they were able to do that without taking that much damage. As Rice Krispie Treats, another one of our partnered teams, Team Cheez It, is still involved over here. And I believe these are a lot of the teams, Jamerson, that are sitting at the top of the leaderboard today too. So consistency is key for these squads, and this high ground extremely potent here. Looks like the idea is to sit up here as long as possible and then to go and own the roof. And if that's the case, I really like Team Rice Krispie Treats positioning.
Yeah, as you can see, Team Pringles are kind of stuck inside their position. They cannot poke their heads out because they have Team Cheez It just below them as well. And so they can wait things out, but eventually they will be forced out of this building. Rice Krispie Treats just biding their time for the time being before they try and slide onto the roof. But during that, 303 might have an opportunity to shoot them out of the sky. Rakinishu's gone down. Fury just spamming those shots with the Bojack bow. They get the knock onto Bronzy as well as they take the port on to try and control the roof. But there is Rice Krispies cleaning up the remnants of this fight now. And they have full roof control. They are split up though. You can see Stunny stuck on the low ground here. Joey Blackout will knock him out. Rice Krispie Treats down to a duo. Defensive bombardment going down as Tech will hit that Q to try and delay for as long as possible. It's 303 cleaning up a lot of this for now, but they lose out on Paradise throughout all of this. Rice Krispie Treats now down to just Tech. They get finished off. It's Team Pringles here with the roof control, pushing down to the low with the PK only hitting for the 41, but Tempest is alive here as he tries to get the spray down, goes for the reload, armor swap quite possibly, but no, Team Pringles finish things off in the end to take game number 3.
What a job by Team Pringles. Again, we're giving them props in previous games. They come through just with a phenomenal display of everything that their team has, from adapting throughout all of the practice they had, gatekeeping teams, taking on fights, third parties, taking priority positions. That's how you win a game. Great job by Team Pringles.
Yeah, beautiful game coming out from Team Pringles there before we head into our halftime break. And so we are going to take an extended break, but when we get back, we'll have 3 more games of Series E right after this.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name is Stunny, and I'm about to play a little game we like to call Rice Krispie Treats Roulette. And whatever team I end up pulling out of here is the team we're about to fight next. All right, looks like Razor. Better watch out. Don't get 1v3 by me again.
Couple players rotating over towards them. He connects on another one on the box of teeth, throwing all that too. Right when we switch over, Zero Tricky is going to go down. So does Haculus. Sunny taking a lot of zone damage. Last player alive over.
If you guys want to check out Rice Krispie Treats and get some for yourself, have some snacks around, check out walmart.com/esports arena.
Hey, it's GS Bird.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name is Sunny.
I play Apex for Team Rice Krispie Treats.
And you're watching SeriesE.
SeriesE.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name is Sunny, and thanks to Rice Krispie Treats, I can always snap, crackle, and pop my enemy's Evo shields.
So here over at Con, Frag West have a team above them. Another squad showing up as well. It's going to be a full 3.
For all your Rice Krispie Treats products, you can
check out walmart.com/esports arena.
Hey, it's GS Bird.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name is Sunny.
I play Apex for Team Rice Krispie Treats.
And you're watching SeriesE.
SeriesE.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
What's your favorite splash?
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
The way I came up with GS Bird is my old former name used to be Gavin Bird because my name is Gavin, and for some reason, when my dad made my account when I was really young, he just made Gavin Bird, and I stuck with that forever. And GS Bird is basically just my first and last name initials with Bird, and it's kind of just how it's been forever.
In live for his team, the other bombardment's coming through, and it looks like the same thing's happened to them. The other team coming straight from above, finishing them out. And they're over here trying to run into the zone to escape, but unfortunately, there wasn't much they can do.
For all your Rice Krispie Treats products, you can head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. Hey, it's GS Bird.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name is Sunny.
I play Apex for Team Rice Krispie Treats.
And you're watching SeriesE.
SeriesE.
All right, folks, welcome back. It is halftime here in Rice Krispies Treats week as Pro Night continues. I'm your host, Yeso, and 3 games are done for the day, but 3 more to go. And we saw Team Pringles able to take the win there in Game 3. And it's interesting, as good of a night as Team Pop-Tarts had last night, they still will struggle to catch up to Team Pringles because it's something I've talked about time and time again over the last few weeks. Team Pringles is so consistent. They are always putting up points every single night, getting kills, grabbing games here and there. So even if they aren't finishing at the top of the standings very consistently, they are always racking up the points and just making it difficult for Team Pop-Tarts to close that gap. And that game is certainly going to help. Let's check out our cumulative stats here after 3 games and see where we sit. It's still Renegades at the top of the standings and Pow Pow leading the way. We're getting to see a lot of Valkyrie. We had that awesome clutch from Pow Pow to finish off a game earlier on in the day. But I want to point something out here, all right? We got other stats. We got a lot of phone here, a lot of Pringles, okay? 15 kills so far today. That's a great number, right? That's 5 kills a game from Phony. I just want to highlight that last game from Pringles, they had 16 kills as a squad. 16 kills for Team Pringles in that 3rd game. A big reason why they were able to take first place. And that's crazy. You know, one thing I want to highlight here is we've had these Slayer rankings I've been talking about throughout the season. And it was Aves of Team Applejack sitting at the top. And I was talking about Mr. Hoculo chasing him down. Hoculo was actually able to take first place coming into tonight with 162 kills for him, just 1 ahead of its Aves at 161. But a couple of names I haven't mentioned is the guys from Pringles. And while they haven't been at the top for a while, they've all been in about that top 5 to top 10 range in our Slayer rankings. And that's their strength. They can all frag out on any given day. And that's why this team is so consistent and so strong. Phony also leading in those damage numbers, over 5,000 damage for him through the first 3 games of the day, and we'll have to see if Pringles can keep it rolling. Certainly a boon to them as they pick up 28 points in that 3rd game. They've still got some work to do to chase down Renegades as they are still holding first place, but Pringles certainly setting themselves up for success with 3 more games to go. Would love to see one of our partnered squads finish tops in Pro Night. They have yet to do it this season. We have not seen it since season 1, but Pringles certainly have a very good shot at doing it here tonight. Now, as we close out the stats, do want to let you guys know is we're going to raffle off a spot on Deal or Steal. I mentioned it at the top of the day. If you want to come and play Deal or Steal with me in one of our pre-show segments, have a shot at winning an Xbox Series X or another different prize. We have got a range of awesome stuff from all of our partners. You've got to subscribe to us here at twitch.tv/esportsarena and get in on this raffle. But I believe we are ready to roll that raffle and see who else will get another shot to come and play Deal or Steal with me. So let's check it out. Give me a drum roll in chat. Give me some poggers here. Let's see who our winner is today. It's going to be ASMR Crossing. So congratulations, ASMR Crossing. Thank you so much for supporting us here at Esports Arena. And I look forward to playing Deal or Steal with you very soon. That's going to do it for halftime, folks, but don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we got Jamerson, Tom, and 3 more games to go today. So to see who comes out to close out Rice Krispie Treats Week.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name is Sunny. I play Wraith for my team, and the reason I like to play Wraith is because I have my Q, and because I like to tell my teammates where to go and when to get there and how we should get there.
Retreats. Another team pushing in on him, got that caustic gas going on, but Stunny does not care. He is up top with the Digi-Thread, shooting right through on them, trying to kill the caustic, trying to punch him out, but looks like Stunny.
The weapons I like to run are R9 Wingman. Wingman is I just love the weapon. It's a lot of high risk, high reward. R9 because I'm just a one-trick R9, and I also like to run R301 and EVA 8 because it's just the most balance you can get. You got a little bit of everything. We chose staging as our drop spot because it's not in the center of the map, but it's not too far off to the left, not too far off to the right or any spots on the map. You know, you can get to the location you need to get to pretty quickly for the most part. It also has a beacon scan and a lot of loot, so that's the main reason why we got there. We have set rotations for pretty much every spot. We know NRG lands there, but maybe someday we'll contest them, but for the time being we land there because it's free, and we know how to play off that spot really well. If you guys want to check out Rice Krispie Treats and get some for yourself to have some snacks around, check out walmart.com/esportsarena. I play Apex Legends for Team Rice Krispie Treats, and you're watching SeriesE.
All right, welcome back from halftime, guys, as we are heading into the second half of the evening here for SeriesE. It is Pro Night, and we are seeing a lot of our partner teams pop off, but right now, did they do enough to catch up? Team Renegades got taken out early in game number 3. They were our lobby leaders, but not by much anymore. Team Pringles have caught up, closing that gap down to 1 point, Tom.
And man, Pringles was just so impressive last game. So many different facets of their Apex prowess just showing. And I'm just so amazed how they were able to win so fast against all of these different partner teams. One thing that I was hoping for was Team Rice Krispie Treats in the last game to take the high ground, to own the roof. Unfortunately, Stunny maybe had some Rice Krispie Treats stickiness on his hands, falls down to the bottom, and gets split away from his team, and the rest of his team is doing everything they could to bounce back. But let's take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance moment of the previous game. It has to be at the end game right here, where you could see Fury opens the door and just gives a little peek, I believe, onto Rakanishu here.
Yeah, the bow check bow does so much damage so quickly. Rakanishu getting hit for 70 and just taken out now. And They're able to return their focus, taking out Bronzy up top. This was a chaotic fight. There was so much going on, so many different teams fighting for the roofs. You can see Rice Krispie Treats, they did get up top, but Stunny drops down low. It looks like 2 members of Rice Krispies might have dropped down here. You can see Bird is below as well. Tech was trying his best to hold the roof by himself.
Tech's like, wait, where's my teammates?
Yeah, exactly.
He just sits in his queue. He's like, wait a second, where are you guys?
Oh, man. And then the absolute scramble here, it came down to this. 303 versus Team Pringles. And they trade away, but Tempest is able to just clean this one up. Beautiful play coming out from him. It looks like no armor swap. Yeah, came out for him there. So Team Pringles, with that win in game number 3, they almost tie things up with Renegades.
And Tempest is who you want to have in the ends of these fights. I mean, the guy is just a beast in terms of his control. He plays so many different legends, and you want the controller players up close. In these instances, you could see, you know, the mouse and keyboard players, yeah, they could pull off the fight, you know, mid-armor swap in mid-fight, but when you have control like that and you don't miss shots like Tempest, there's really not much that you can do. And again, so unfortunate for Stunny. If he was up here with Tech and with Bird, I really felt like if all 3 players were on the roof, that was the play and the opportunity for Rice Krispies to win this one. And Tech was maneuvering very nicely, but the rest of the players just collapse immediately onto the roof. You see all of Pringles doing the same exact thing. And once they realize that, oh, okay, Tempest is going to drop, all right, I'm going to drop as well with Phony. So I really like the thought process coming in from Pringles. They had to get to that point, though. All the things they did before that were equally as impressive.
And speaking of drops, here we go. Heading into game number 4. Team Renegades still in the lead, but it's Team Pringles right behind them by 1 point. And you should be joining on board with Team Pringles for this drop, as we do have, of course, the normal drops coming out for most of our squads. NPL going over towards Train, but it's Team Pringles. We've been able to really play on the edges here and pick up some of these early kills. So last game, we saw them rotate over up towards Refinery, find the 3 kill points, and I feel like they've been doing that time and again. So they should be able to loot and boot and get up over there once again to take that team fight.
Yeah, can we talk about the beautiful, calm drone view that we just got of World's Edge as we were flying through and seeing where all the different teams were going? Just beautiful work there, guys. As Team Pringles is going to be loving when they get the opportunity to go over towards Refinery, because that's what the solid teams do. I mean, it depends on where the zone's going to be, but to go and take fights over towards the Refinery teams just goes to show you that you're the stronger team fighting team. Complexity is one of the kings of doing that. Applejacks looks like they didn't learn their lesson from the previous games. They're interested in getting 3v1 by Pow again, it looks like. We'll see if Applejacks can actually take him down this time. Only white armors, unlucky. Every single time they've pushed these fights, they haven't had any good armors.
Yeah, we do have rollers, though, peeking inside to see if anyone is creeping up. Aves with the roof control now, air burst out, but it looks like all 3 members are inside. So no connect there, but Rolders gets beamed, and now he's forced to heal up, and this fight is taking so long already. We're down to 2 minutes before the zone starts closing. Bubble's been used now, so it's going to be the roof battle taking place once again. Applejacks playing their bubble themselves, as they were a little bit later on that one, and so they have the opportunity now. Beautiful spray through that window, but Aves gets dropped down low.
Wow.
Bowser picks them off. Pal does answer back as he actually falls now. It's gonna be RNG going down. Charlotte Phoenix, though, quick on the rotate now, moving from Sorting Factory for the third party. They see the trades. Applejacks will go down very shortly here. Now, this is the moment. If your team's like Pringles, looking at the leaderboards, 1 point down behind Renegades to catch up to them.
And look at the map, Jamerson. The zone is moving here, and that's why Charlotte Phoenix is so fast on the rotate. Teams rotate at 130 on the clock in your top left. Really, really good teams can rotate at 150 or 145. Charlotte Phoenix was not playing around. They immediately made the rotation. They got ready for the third party. 303, they're a little late to the party, and they're not going to have good enough armor for this type of situation. So ideally for them, they would back this team off and then try to kind of be like vultures in the loot boxes and get the leftover blue scraps that team's armor swapped off of. But now that they've realized the situation and they've given up that they have white armor, that information, the rest of these players from Charlotte Phoenix may continue to send it.
Oh, they are trying as 303 are retreating. Bubble has been used by Escape, and they got cut off just a little bit, but there it is. It's the get out of jail free card, but we'll see how good the sprays come out. They're getting pinched, actually. Another squad coming in from that choke as well, and it's going to be a blind rotate out from them. Luckily, of course, the recon legend of Valkyrie there. They're going to be able to get this office building for free, and they'll just have to play from Sorting Factory for now.
Yeah, after seeing that, I don't know if anybody's ever going to play Wraith ever again, because you basically, like you said, have a get out of jail free card, but it's like a portal. But you go in the air, you go instantly, and then all 3 players get in there, and you get to see exactly what's going on. So after seeing that right there, I don't really feel like there's a reason to even have a Wraith on your team. But if you are going to have one, you might as well have a Valkyrie as well, as Bronzy is going to do some serious damage with the missile barrage, and now Mini realizes the situation. Unfortunately, couldn't connect with the massive shots, and he's taken some little damage from, looks like a thermite, but the team on top is going to reset, and scans are going to come through. So we'll see if CLT is going to continue to take this fight. They are. Great spray from Mini, but Bronzy is going to go down again, and Hakulo is going to be the one with the flatline doing so. Team Razor is going to send it. Zeratricky trying to finish this player before he gets portaled out. That is going to be Bronzy down. And Razor now with a 3-on-2 opportunity. We'll see if they take it.
They are stuck up top. You can see the push coming out from Razor. They want to take advantage of this, but another third party shows up here, and so this could be a little bit scary. Razor do have to play this a little bit more cautiously as Hakulo does get cracked. He backs away, and they'll just pick up the loot for now and not get over aggressive. You can see there, we saw all the names, a lot of teams in the area now. Realizing this is a tree circle, you want to try and get into the back building if you can. Here comes Razor for the third party, taking out Calphon. Oh my goodness, 303 Academy thought they had the third party here, but now things have been turned around on them. Here's the push out from Serial as the 2v1 peek onto Escape, and now with them going down, there's just one remaining. Rice Krispie Treats, they are showing up for this one as well, but Sunny's taking a lot of damage. They're gonna have to instantly reset this one, holding the stairs as they force that player back, but they get shot from behind, and it's gonna be Serial to pick that one up. As Tech does get the thirst onto Mini, and a red Evo swap for himself. He'll have almost a full healthy purple as well if he needs to fall back on it. He survives now. He might try to recover this banner here, but there's another team in play. It's Zeratricky. He gets the knock, but he is forced back himself. There is the port that he can use to rejoin Stunny.
Yeah, Sunny needs to get involved here. I mean, there are free kills if they want to go and take them, and they could play around the portal. They don't have to play so passive, so they can't really be split between the two. It's either one or the other right here, this type of situation. So if they're going to both back off, they need to both back off. If they're going to both play around the portal, you can. So now 303 did exactly what they were hoping for. They got out, and they come back in with good armors here too. So we'll see what the Academy team is up to. Is they've been pretty close throughout all of this. As Tech is going to get the finish onto Zeratricky. And Paradise, is he going to hit the armor swap? He is, but it's just a white, and he's going to go down to the Academy players. They're in there still. That's going to be Styx.
Yeah, I guess Styx might have been trying to go in for the banners. Paradise will get healed up. Here's Team Cheez-It, and this is the same thing we saw when the ring pulled down over here towards Tree. It was third party after third party. It was non-stop. Started at 9 p.m., ended at question mark, question mark, question mark. And that's what we're left with here is Team Cheez-It, though. They did get cracked a little bit now. They're ready to peek the stairs up against 303, making their way on down to that first floor, but 303 are nowhere to be found.
Looks like they're waiting to see if any more teams are coming, and there are more teams. So I think that this is the smart play. They recognized that it was going to be the party that you were talking about, Jamerson. Everybody got the invite and went through. Somebody gave the code out. Is it's going to be Serial trying to do one for the boys over here and get some banners, but it's not going to work out in his favor. And we'll see if the other team thinks they can send it because they heard the shots throughout all of that. I love the way that Team Cheez-It is playing this. Everybody taking angles, head peeking, no one really overextending. And they're looting and communicating throughout all of this too. Joey Blackout's got the barrel down over towards the bottom, so they don't have to watch that door. So this is the ideal situation. Team Cheez-It now And especially just because Joey Blackout is playing Caustic, that will slowly deter a lot of these teams away from the area. And also Rakinishu's par 301 with the 2x. That'll push some teams back too.
75 damage away, 50 now as he's laying in the shots. I mean, if he just throws in that Q into the choke, he probably has that purple Evo, but thinks better of it. Will heal up with the cells for now, and he's starting to run out of ammo on that R301. He's got to be a bit more patient with that. I don't know if they have additional light ammo on those bodies, but it looks like the Valkyrie squad will just go ahead and dip out of there. It's going to be Team Pop-Tarts avoiding that fight now, going all the way over to the north. Don't know where this next ring is going to close, but looks like they are favoring playing over by Harvester. I don't know where that ping is all the way over there, but it looks like CLG are in the fight over here by staging.
It looks like they're just going to take an area that's going to be in the zone and probably in the next zone as well as CLG in a little bit of a tough spot now that Lou has fallen. And actually Vaxon is going to send it down towards them as well. They may just take a page out of Pop-Tart's book and just yeet out of here. That's what I'd like to see them do once Lou ends up healing, but I like the plays coming in from Nocturnal too, obviously coming out from Trials with this type of loot, but where is the possible third party? No CLGs down below you. You know that that team is going to take you fairly weak, so you have to be able to recover and have a plan afterwards. Looks like right now they're just trying to survive for themselves.
Yeah, the team at the choke laying in damage, and this was the exact same issue that CLG found trying to play up on top as they are slowly walking them down. TL are trying to back up away from this one. Great scan out from Flanker will keep that team at bay for just a moment, but they're using so many heals throughout all of this now. Luckily for them, the double gold armors allows them to use those cells, but from below, they're getting hit up by CLG now. Do they not have that Valkyrie ultimate to just get out? They're getting walked down by this squad above them. Arcstar's now coming in. We'll see how good the movement is for Team Liquid as they are forced down into the bridge, dropping down to the low ground.
Yeah, and it's a really tough situation for Team Liquid to be in, and they're doing everything that they can throughout all this. Wall bounces, map movement, everything, but the utility just isn't there right now, and they are literally being hunted. Has to be a Bloodhound team throughout all of that, too. The Valkyrie is there, and it looks like they are going to make their way probably out of dodge and then hit the airwaves. As now we see the mini-map, and this is the perfect time to do this, as the teams are going to be rotating in. Look where Pop-Tarts is. They are going to be meeting one of our open teams over towards the side, and also CLG.
And here is the rotate coming out from the Valkyrie. And this is why it is so strong. You just avoid chokes altogether. They get themselves into thermal station now. It looks like they're probably trying to prioritize a beacon, but there's a team already camping that now. Team Pop-Tarts, though, they should have, I believe, 2 squads ahead of them there. Nestle along the squad that came in from Refinery. They will hold this angle for now, playing over by the fences here. Nestle don't have to commit to this side. They can continue to play their choke, as it's just round 2 that's closing.
Looks like everybody wants to try to hit the Valkyries while they're going in the air, but it's just not that easy to do. And you can see that from Stomps right now, one of our partnered players holding down the fence area. And as predicted, we do have some fighting going on. It looks like Na'Vi is into a fight. Intel's getting into it as well. So let's go and hop on board with them if we can. Haven't really had an opportunity to see much of Na'Vi. It looks like Max Strafe is not going to be in this one. It's going to be Nesh, Ron, and Kuya going down. And now NPL, off of their rotation, we were predicting one of the teams to make their way over here, as they did from Harvester. And now we have a Tomcat Rackham as well. So that's going to be Kubsky laying low. Unfortunately, Z Davis and Finicky, they are running this, old school comp, but they have not been able to get into the center zone, Jamerson. None of the zones have been going towards them. Armors look pretty bleak as well, which means that they were probably all rocking around the same thing. And got some more rats in there too. We see you guys.
Yeah, the transition for the season has not been great for Flashpoint. They have not been able to have the same kind of consistency here as Kupski is riding this one out for as long as he can. He has hit top 14 at least for his squad, so that's a +1 for them. They did fight off the rip, as you can see. Now, Team Pringles playing over by tree. They do have control over a building now on the eastern side. they do have to worry about that high ground. Here's Team Intel, though. They do have a squad over here in a full 3v3 team fight. Defensive bombardment has been used. Panders will take the roof now. He's got that Bocek bow. He's got that EVA 8. 6 has picked up the Bocek as well. EMP coming out, and now they got to be a little bit worrisome. We'll see if they can go for the roll reset. It is going to be Team Liquid on the other side, as they are going to push in now. Bubbles have been used, and it will go down shortly here. As it looks like Team Intel are looking for a way in, but they're worried about quite possibly a third party from the ridge line. And I don't know if you want to take this fight or if you just back away. They do have the Valkyrie ultimate to just get out of here if they need to.
Really, oh, nice shots there coming in from 6. Looks like the insta-res is going to go on to Nocturnal. Bubble is going to be used over here from 6 as well to infiltrate inside. They take the initiative and start to push in with the Mastiff. Will 6 have enough time to hit the battery? He does, while avoiding a grenade as well. Panders is there with up-close bow shots. Are you kidding me? Why not just switch to the EVA 8? This guy is getting cocky as Team Liquid is going to be taken down over towards the roof. Rez isn't going to be put in through time because Rockstar is in the area. Good thing for Pickett is he doesn't go down. Actually, he does. PK in the hands over here. Double PK, actually, as Crummy's going to bail outside towards his teammate. And it looks like this is exactly what they need to do, but no, he takes out the Arc Star, tosses it towards the door, and then gets peek shot throughout all of that, too. Unfortunate timing there for Crummy. Had the right play, went to his teammate, but he wasn't expecting his teammate to go outside the door and the other player to flank at that exact time. So unfortunate timing there for Crummy.
And it looks like we do have a classic circle. This ring pulling over towards the beacon building over by Tree. Pringles pushing onto Charlotte Phoenix. We're gonna knock with an Arc Star. And we'll see if they continue this one now, as it looks like they want to. Phony climbing up. You can see the res. The portal is there as well. He gets the knock onto Bronzy. Actually gets the kill. And now they will be able to finish off Mercy. Charlotte Phoenix out as Pringles just dip out of that one quickly. Picking up the 3 KP now. Team Pringles really looking to take advantage of Renegades going down early in this game.
Yeah, and look at the great aggressive play coming in for Phony, but I would say the finger roll bubble slide into the roof was probably the most impressive thing throughout all of that. Great smooth movement there coming in for Team Pringles as they continue to impress today in our Pro Day. Fury with the EVA 8 bow as well, and it looks like they are now focused on their rotation. With 38 seconds left, I would say that would be the right play because they're going to meet some resistance, and I think they understood that, which is why they took that fight over towards the side. Player standing still, unfortunately for Fury. It's not a Kraber, it's a bow, and that one's going to miss.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's Pop-Tart still playing over by the fences now. And we'll see if they can take that high ground or if they're going to have to commit to the low. You can see Phony trying to find a way in for the squad. Now, they don't quite have the rockets, but they should have a jump pad to use if they need to. Pings are going down. The teams are making the rotate out. They've been spotted out by a drone. This is a dangerous situation here. Stuck in this little waypoint. They do have the truck and coverage there. They need a plan. You can see they are getting focused down. A lot of utility going their way. Pop-Tarts want to try and beat them to the punch to this choke.
Yeah, and it's going to be so difficult. They may have to just take a fight and take whatever kill points they could get along the way. And speaking of fights, Rice Krispies now, they're going to send it over towards Cheez-It through the gas. So he's going to be able to see a lot of this, though. And he's going to connect with a lot of the shots. Rice Krispies, phenomenal job. As Bird looks like they're going to be able to get tech right back into this one. Instead, it's going to be Stunny hitting the res as Bird was finishing off some loot. And he's also going to fend off the third party. Great infiltration of the building there coming in from Rice Krispie Treats. We needed to see some positive plays coming out from them, and they did. Unfortunately, it was against another partnered team as Bird was doing a great job of defending. His tech is going to go and get that res off. 303 is going to go down. Arc Star going to be used, and you can see this building is going to be in Jamerson. So back of Tree, we've seen this ending plenty of times. And I like this aggressive play coming in from Tech, understanding the scenario. They need to get some different angles, but he needs to connect with those wingman shots and gets the grenade down, comes back just before going down. Good timing, but will the rest of the team follow that up?
Looks like they need a reset. 2 of their armor's broken. Basically, Tech needs to hit that medkit as well. as a surprise, one of our open teams actually showing up right now, taking out a few. Throughout all that, by the way, I believe Team Pringles got taken out through their rotate. Luciana almost finishing off 303, it seems. As Pop-Tarts now coming in for the third party, taking out VFL Hunter and Mo Chances. They are out. Team Pop-Tarts were able to slow play this one. Come up to victors here now. With 20 seconds left to go, they have plenty of time to reset, but what is their game plan? They have pings up top. I believe that might be Team Intel up top.
The best thing to do right now is, obviously, we can see all the player outlines and being able to cover everything, but if Pop-Tarts could just know that, oh, well, they can get into the air right here, and that could be the best thing, but getting into the back of the building is always a great plan B here if you don't have control of the actual building, so we'll see what Lucas elects to do.
He's got the fort and he's making a beeline for that building now. It's going to be a short stop over here by the rocks as it's getting spammed out by the missile swarm. Great bubble from Impulse to keep them alive for now. It'll be a fast reset if they need to. They can use that, but instead they go for the push onto this squad as they get kidnapped by a portal, it seems. Pop-Tarts in the middle of all of this, taking so much damage. They've lost out on 2. Lucas is trying his best to survive. CLG caught in the fray, and it is just absolute mayhem as missile after missile just lands. Baxlon somehow alive as he's trying his best to recover here. We do have Rice Krispie Treats, though, making the push. Stunny is here for the killing blow, and they should be able to finish off Baxlon. He falls. Rice Krispie Treats pick up those kills. Team Intel find a few of their own throughout all of that. It's now the 3v3, Intel versus Rice Krispies.
Yeah, but I believe that 6 went down temporarily. Yeah, so no, that was just finishes from previously. This is crazy R. And Rice Krispie Treats has the advantage. Looks like they're going to send this one. And they were disappointed that they didn't finish off Game 3 the way that they wanted to. And it looks like they are going to finish this one off in style as well. Nice job coming in from Rice Krispie Treats.
And I believe they were middle of the pack. And with both of our top 2 teams going down relatively early without as many kills and points, this is a very important one. And so we should have a little bit of a shakeup in our leaderboards. I'm really excited to see what that looks like, but we're going to have to wait. We're going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 5 after this.
Hey, I'm GS Bird. I run Gibraltar. I'm more like the support character, kind of anchor. I just sit back, I hold it down. It's kind of what I do.
Enough to take away from Team Intel that first place spot on the overall leaderboards. RKT now trying to make a push onto Team Liquid. They got climbed on. Bird got caught unawares, but Albert Laley will fall. Defensive bombardment does go down from...
And then for my gun comp, I would probably say an R301 sniper or an EVA. I gotta have the EVA or Mastiff on me because the arm shield just goes too crazy. For all your Rice Krispie Treats products, you can head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. I play Apex for Team Rice Krispie Treats, and you're watching SeriesE. Hey, what's up? This is GS Bird, and this is a game I like to call Rice Krispies Roulette. Basically, whatever team I pull out of here, that's who we land on, and that's who we grief. Throw that one out. We don't land on them. Pringles. It is Pringles. Pringles is getting grief this week.
Going to be absolutely stacked on the rotation, which is going to probably be a blue rotation, most likely into the toilet bowl area, and they're going to go from there depending on where the zone's going to be. But here's the fight as Rice Krispie Treats has 2 down already, and the finishes. They know they have the advantage in this fight. Pony last one alive, maybe able to get a knock, but it's not going to last.
For all your Rice Krispie Treats products, you can head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. Hey, it's GS Bird.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name is Sunny.
I play Apex for Team Rice Krispie Treats.
And you're watching SeriesE.
SeriesE.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Gayso here, coming to you live from the Esports Arena Orange County studio. And Game 4, what a finish there for Team Rice Krispies Treats, getting the dub. And now we'll have to see if they can maybe chase down some of those big dogs at the top of the standings. Renegades had just a minor lead over Team Pringles, but those two teams not really getting down to the end of it there. So it's certainly going to be an interesting fight to the finish with 2 more games left today. We'll have to see if anybody can close that gap. When we do go back to Jamerson and Tom, we will check in on that Mobile 1 leaderboard, but I got some other stats for you here for post-game in Game 4. Let's check those out. Obviously, G Asbird, we've seen a lot of he and Stunny today. Shout-outs to them showing up in their sponsor week. We'll have to see if they can finish strong in the last 2, but they're looking good today. Stunny with kill leader there, 4 kills for him, and it's just all across the board. We got Tagged Candy, even the newest member here of Team Rice Krispies Treats, over 2,200 damage there. And it's a question I was asking, is Tagged Candy going to be able to compare to the other subs, the other roster swaps? Oi Senpai for Team Rockstar, Serial coming in for Team Razor. Serial has seemed to fit in and gel with Razor really well and has got them buzzing, though it certainly has been a rough day for them tonight. Now, can Tagged Candy keep that going? There's only 3 more weeks of competition in SeriesE after tonight, so not a lot of time for Rice Krispies Treats to make up that ground, but as we talked about on our broadcast last night, I showed our partnered teams' standings, and it's a very close competition from 3rd all the way down to 7th. It is very, very tight in terms of points, not even 100 points separating those squads at the start of this week, so they have an opportunity, but they can't waste any time. So it's certainly a good sign that Team Rice Krispies Treats has been able to get a win here today. We'll have to see if they can keep it rolling. 2 more games to go here in this week. We'll have to see how things shake out when we come back from this break.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name is Stunny, and I'm about to play a little game we like to call Rice Krispie Treats Roulette. And whatever team I end up pulling out of here is the team we're about to fight next. All right, looks like Razor. Better watch out, don't get 1v3 by me again.
Couple players rotating over towards them. He connects on another one on the box of teeth throughout all that too. Right when we switch over, Zero Tricky is going to go down. So does Haculus. Sonny taking a lot of zone damage. Last player alive over.
If you guys want to check out Rice Krispie Treats and get some for yourself, have some snacks around, check out walmart.com/esportsarena.
Hey, it's GS Bird.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name is Sunny.
I play Apex for Team Rice Krispies Treats.
And you're watching SeriesE.
SeriesE.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind to shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
All right, guys, welcome back to SeriesE as we are getting ready to head into game number 5 of the evening here for Pro Night. So let's take a look at the Mobile 1 leaderboard to see who is now in the lead. We had our top 2 squads heading into game number 5 going down early without as many points. That might mean teams have caught up, and Rice Krispie Treats are now in the running. Renegades going down. I don't think they put on any points. Rice Krispie Treats have caught up, but it's Team Pringles who are now in the lead, but narrowly by 3 points.
I always think it's interesting when we have SeriesE every single time to see when do teams get to 50 points, because we know when the big tournaments happen, when the playoff format happens, 50 points is that threshold. Then you got to win a game, and Team Pringles has hit that after 4 games. It looked like Renegades was going to be the team to do it after game number 3. Unfortunately, they have not been able to pick up many points. They've been dealing with 50-50s over towards the side. They dealt with a third party from Charlotte Phoenix, and then there was a 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th I'm pretty sure all 20 teams ended in that spot because that's where the zone ended up finishing.
Yeah, the pace of the game has completely changed with the way that Valkyrie allows teams to rotate now, and choke points mean almost absolutely nothing at this point. Mobile One high performance moment though for game number 4. Let's get this finish off as Pop-Tarts, oh man, just caught out in the middle of just everything. It's hard to tell. Is it a defensive bombardment? Is it the missile swarm?
6.
What's going on? And just every Valkyrie's like, yeah, fire all the missiles here.
Exactly. And unfortunately, they had a Valkyrie to get out of that situation. They ended up electing to use the Wraith portal. And now you can see kind of how useless the Wraith portal really is in those situations. Again, the Wraith portal was the most dominant thing in the end of games before the zone started to change the way that it does in zone number 6, slowly, methodically closing in on this one. As Rice Krispie Treats, that's exactly how they were playing. And they did this perfectly. They executed together. Nobody made any major mistakes. And then they just made their way up towards their advantages. And you can see the bubble goes down here, which means everybody has to eat it towards the bubble and fight inside of that and get ready with their shotguns. It's exactly what Rice Krispie Treats does. So it was a really well executed game from them from the get-go. But unfortunately, for a team like Pop-Tarts, that's going to be, you know, when you lose, you're supposed to learn a lot. And that's what these players do. And I guarantee that Pop-Tarts is going to take that one and run with that. I feel like their composition is going to be that much better now once they realize the utility that they have in front of them.
Yeah, we have 2 games left to go. 3 teams within about 4 or 5 points of each other right now in the top 3. But we can't forget about the middle of the pack. And so with 2 games left to go, there's still a lot of room to move. We'll see if Renegades can clean up that early game 50-50 once again, or if they're going to fall prey to the ever constant third parties. We have to remember the victory that they took. What was it in game number 2? It was because they avoided that third party. The 50-50, they had to call quits on that and just got out of there. We'll see if they can recover from this one as we head into game number 5, though.
And they almost won game number 1 too, which was a completely different play style before. As we do have the flying camera tours over here. Usually you have to pay $50 for this helicopter ride, but this one's free here on us at SeriesE today. Next time maybe will be different, but you see where everyone's flying, and we know that there's 2 to 3 50-50s that are happening off the rip. Tree is going to be one of them, and we know that teams like Pringles are going to be waiting for CLG in the brinks for their opportunity to collapse on whenever the rotations come through. So I'm looking forward to seeing more utilization of the Valkyrie flight and how teams are going to try to make their way through, because we've seen a lot of blind rotations, but we've also seen some really good get out of jail free yeets.
Here we are on board with Team Razor down at the Dome. They have to be careful. They do, of course, have a number of squads in the area. 303 Academy over at launch site. You've got Cheese It over by Lava City, and we get our first views of what this ring is going to be. And this one's going over to Fragment now. And so the teams have to make the decision, Fragment West or Fragment East. Where is this one going to pull? As, joining on board with 303, it looks like they do have the split over at Geyser. And you can see, of course, it's about trying to optimize this looting route.
I always hated the job that he had right there, splitting away from your team in Geyser as your teammates loot Geyser. I felt like my loot at those little buildings was just so much less than what my teammates had every single time as they get the good loot. But here goes Aves. They're going to send it onto Saucer with Rollers in the EVA 8 inside of the bubble right here. Aves is healing right in front of his teammates, but it's going to be the Kunai melee in the finish, and RNG is going to go bye-bye immediately.
I like how they approach this fight differently this time around. Usually they would come in from the eastern side and then work their way through. Instead, they just cut it right down the middle and take full control over the building, over the roof, leaving no ground for them to contest. But here's NPL. They've got a squad ahead of them, chasing them all the way into Countdown. We'll see. Their loot already looks great. They've got 2 blue armors and the gold, and now they're looking very hesitant about this.
It's the angle. It's so difficult to hit your shots through the railings as well. And Dracos looks like he was lagging out temporarily, maybe a little bit of an alt tab, but he's back. He's back in the game, making some moves. And I believe there is a little bit of a composition change here. Ronnie is going to switch off of Bloodhound, and I believe they got rid of the Gibraltar in their composition as well. So we'll see exactly how they want to go about this is Valkyrie is becoming increasingly more and more popular as today goes on. Na'Vi looks like they are waiting as well to try to get their rotation through. So I'm impressed with how fast this Valkyrie ult comes up. I mean, again, 130 is when teams want to rotate. That came up right around 30 seconds. So if you are going to play edge, then you could take to the skies and maybe even beat some of these teams that have been footing it without a Valkyrie in their composition.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane, the kind of mobility we've been seeing out of it and the utilization of that ultimate today so far. Everyone just picking up that that Valkyrie. It's been interesting to see how she's been slotting in, because some teams are still running the Wraith. Now some teams are running Wraithless compositions with that Valkyrie in that forward scouting position instead. So a lot of shakeup. I mean, it's just the first 2 days of the season. We haven't settled on anything quite yet. We need a lot more of development here in the competitive Apex Legends scene.
If I'm looking at compositions, I'm kind of looking at what Na'Vi is running overall. I think that this is a really, really strong composition. You get the scans, you get the rotation coming through. You're basically subbing out Wraith for Valkyrie. And you could have both if you would like. It kind of depends on what you're feeling. But while this fight's taking place, looks like it should be a pretty easy cleanup, but it's not actually. Razor is going to get responded to as Hakulo takes a lot of damage from the wingman over towards the side. Nade's going to be the response here for Serial, but now there's a third party involved. So the res is coming in from Serial, but it looks like he's not going to have that opportunity.
Got a bandit in my sights.
Heavy ammo here. Let's go this way.
I say we move this way.
Might be something good this way.
I say we move this way.
Might be something good this way. Arcstar here.
Target spotted.
Shields. I need shields.
Contact with hostile.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, apologies as we are dealing with some technical difficulties with our caster's audio right now, but Yeso is now here in the studio, so we're going to get right back into the action here. So thanks for bearing with us right now as we're going to swap over and get right back into game number 5 here with 13 squads left. So let's see what we got. On board now with Team Cheez-Its here. Rack and Nisha getting things going. He's going to go down. Prodigy aces meanwhile with this PK, trying to get it done, dodging around this pillar. Couple of knockdown shields trying to make his life very difficult as here comes Team Intel for the third party. The bow check from Panders here, real clean. He's going to get some damage from an Arcstar. But now, Metro trying to push into this building. Death boxes everywhere as Rockstar fighting CLG as well. Very action-packed couple of minutes here. Good knock there from Metro. Gonna get Matt Pickett down, and they're looking to finish off Team Rockstar, hunting down these final members. The Eva going to get the knock there onto Oi Senpai. Metro goes for the thirst there onto Matt Pickett. Now it's just Crummy that Intel needs to hunt down.
Right here, got one.
Looks like they may have found him. 6. And Metro looking to get inside of this building. Do find a Wraith portal. In the meantime, looks like, oh, there he there is the execute there from Metro. Was it worth it as he knocks down Oi Senpai? Is going to take some damage. He'll be okay, though. Grabbing a kill leader here as he's going to hit a baton. Team Intel with a solid game so far. Plenty of loot to go through here, as that is just a ton of death boxes here. Looks like a Wraith coming into the area. Things going to get interesting, as it seems like somebody wants to get on this fight, contest Team Intel. As we do hear shots nearby, we'll jump over to Team Nestle. Splash, Crook, along with Ronnie and Draco's here in the northwestern part of this zone, as the ring just about to close here. Less than 10 seconds on that. 11 squads still alive, 28 players. So that is 5 players from these 11 squads dead at the moment, as we do get a bit of a breather in between all of those fights. Ronnie with the bow check. We've seen a lot of great play with this new weapon so far.
All right. Thank you so much, guys, for taking over. But we are back, as it looks like this one, splitting right down the middle, Tom, over here at Frag West and Frag East. So the bridge is going to be highly contentious here. But speaking of content, NPL looking to try and push a team to their north right now. They do have control over market, but they're getting scanned up, and they need to go for the resets here. And they will take a moment to take a good grasp of their surroundings. Let's do that as well. We're down to 10 squads, 27 players remaining, and it looks like we have hit back to standard pacing here for Apex Legends when here in Zone 4, half the team's alive.
Yeah, and it's mainly because of how this zone kind of shapes out with all the teams coexisting inside of the buildings. But once this one closes here, it's going to be an all-out bloodbath, because you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 buildings, I count, just on that mini map alone, that are outside right now as this one's going to close in. So everyone's going to collapse on top of this market building. Right now, if I'm Nestle Pure Life, holding people out seems, like a great viable option. Whoever's in this broken building is a huge priority too, because if you can almost fight for that broken building spot and get there now, you could win the game. But holding this spot here is going to be almost like a 50-50, because there's going to be so many different teams coming through. You hope that they start to shoot each other as they're rotating instead of just running side by side holding hands.
Yeah, we're still trying to get a grasp of who's still alive. Importantly, Rice Krispie Treats just finished off a full squad, and they were team in 3rd place, I believe. So this is absolutely massive for them, heading into, finishing off game number 5 and heading into game number 6, staying competitive right now in the lobby. We're down to 8 squads, 23 players. There's 1 squad running around as a duo, as NPL are looking to cut this squad down, forcing out the bubble as the zone is closing in. Crook has been doing some massive damage, but now he's starting to run low on light ammo. You can see now they're starting to focus on trying to find some additional loot for themselves. They need to be able to finish off this entire game, not just this fight now, as it looks like they will have to just coexist with this squad who does have a pocket here on the western side of this zone.
And there's some fighting happening. If we could go and see what's happening with, I believe Liquid Shiny is going to be able to get a knock. And Nestle Splash over here didn't have as many teams as I thought that were going to rotate towards them. So while we were saying this was going to be a bloodbath, these teams have moseyed their way on outside of the buildings inside of to this zone, and only 1 squad was dropped throughout all that. So now Team Liquid's going to take to the sky. They were the team inside the broken building, but Shiny gets left behind.
Did you see the moment of panic on Flanker's face there? He's like, wait. Shiny's just gonna have to hoof this one, but it looks like they do turn around for him. No man left behind. All right, abort launch. There we go. They're gonna go ahead and reset here. The zone is pulling away from them, but they're not too far away. It's going to allow them some space on the bridge, but most importantly, they need to gatekeep these 2 squads to their west right now. But I love how Flanker's playing this one. He's playing the flank. He's watching the back. He's the one with the scans. So he'll be able to throw those down for themselves, but he has to be a little bit scared, as he will back off and rejoin his squad.
Yeah, he's going to go to an area where he knows that he can be closer to the bubble of Shiny if he needs to actually get out of there. So I do like this play. You have much better head angles and glitches to work with, as look at all of these teams have to rotate on top of another. 2 teams over towards where Intel is. You have Nestle Pure Life over there, Then you have Pop-Tarts locking things down over towards that respawn beacon. And I believe Nestle Pure Life takes to the sky. So does Team Intel. So this is where things start to get really interesting with Valkyrie coming into comp.
Yeah, we do have teams in the medical building, the 5-story broken building right now. I believe Charlotte Phoenix, along with Applejacks, and that is exactly where Nestle tried to drop into, but it was just the buzz with all the teams there. Applejacks swat that one down. We're down to 6 squads, 17 players remaining now as the zone does close in. Rice Krispie Treats are forced out of the train yard there, the train building, and they are on the low ground as Ronnie gets finished off. Aves backs off to his squad. Almost got pushed there, but he's quick on the reactions. Looks like Liquid were able to take out 6, but they do answer back, bring this down to a 2v2. We'll see who answers back as Metro. He finds one more. It's all up to Flanker here. He drops down with that Eva 8, but you can see Charlotte Phoenix want to get involved, but they can't. There are too many teams in the area. Bird got the flank onto Mercy, taking him out. And now Charlotte Phoenix are down to a duo. And this looks impossible to recover from.
Unlucky there, but will they go for the res? Mercy is almost a big bait at this given point in time. And he's crawling around, probably giving information onto Bronzy and Mini on if he's worth even going for. But right now, it doesn't seem like it. Mini's going to need the bubble if that's going to be the case. They're still looking down for the players that were below them. And Arcstar is going to be in hand. This is big. Zone is going to close. It's going to take about 1 minute and 30 seconds for that one to close. And there's the send over towards the roof as the res was happening. Like we're saying, that res is a huge bait. It's going to be Sunny going down first, but he gets responded as Bird's going to be there. And now it's only one Mini, the only one player alive, as Team Intel is going to get interested as well.
Yeah, Team Intel now on the hunt, hitting for Flash with that 3rd shot as Panders changes the angle. Defensive bombardment has been used, and now he needs to rejoin his squad. Zone is closing. This is the final zone here, as we get to now mention it. Metro is on the crypto, so he'll be able to scout that out, hold another angle with the drone as well. And it's going to be the slow play out of this building. So many teams stacked on top of each other right now. Team Intel, they wanted to take out Rice Krispies, but this is Rice Krispies' moment to take away the lead. They should be in the lead after this game.
Love the plays from Intel, though. Would love to see them try to close this one out. They've been, so up and down, and they've been fairly unlucky. That's why I want to see them kind of get a little bit lucky here, or at least just have some sort of, non-detrimental game-changing thing happen to them. Let's see if Six is going to be able to do anything like he did last game. He had the huge defensive bombardment that put a damper in CLG's plans, and a lot of this lobby is Applejacks is in this one too. They're inside of this small little broken cafe, and Mini's still alive. There's the EMP coming through, well timed. Probably going to dissipate some of the bubbles as well. Rice Krispies is going to come through and finish off some players down below them. And now Sunny's going to have to heal, so let's see if Rice Krispies can close this one out without Bird.
It's going to be Applejacks as the full 3 here. They're still trying to recover on the side of Rice Krispies. As you can see now, the bubbles fighting outside, and I believe there's still one lone rat alive for Charlotte Phoenix. Mini gets finished off. Now it is time for Applejacks to take the win here in game number 5.
And Applejacks just need to get out of their spawn over towards the tree side. They have a great fight against Renegades, who was popping off early. They finished it off with the W. Applejacks now starting off their day. Just started, it took a while. It's game 5, but that's the way the 50-50s work.
But yeah, that was another good game for Rice Krispies, though, as it looked like they had maybe 7 kill points, getting that top finish as well. And like you mentioned it, Renegades losing that 50-50. That should be Rice Krispies taking the lead during Rice Krispies week. Great to see it, especially here during Pro Night. We are going to take another break, and when we get back, we'll have the final game of the evening right after this.
I'm GS Bird, and I'm about to try this giant Rice Krispies treat.
What's up, guys? My name is Sunny, and I'm about to try an original Rice Krispie treat. It's good. It's bomb.
For all your Rice Krispie Treats products, you can
check out walmart.com/esportsarena.
Hey, it's GS Bird.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name is Sunny.
I play Apex for Team Rice Krispies Treats.
And you're watching SeriesE.
SeriesE.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name is Sunny, and I'm about to play a little game we like to call Rice Krispie Treats Roulette. And whatever team I end up pulling out of here is the team we're about to fight next. All right, looks like Razor. Better watch out. Don't get 1v3 by me again.
Players rotating over towards them. He connects on another one on the box of teeth, throwing all that too. Right when we switch over, Zero Tricky is going to go down. So does Haculo. Sonny taking a lot of zone damage. Last pair alive over.
If you guys want to check out Rice Krispie Treats and get some for yourself, have some snacks around, check out walmart.com/esportsarena.
Hey, it's GS Bird.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name is Sunny.
I play Apex for Team Rice Krispies Treats.
And you're watching SeriesE.
SeriesE.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Fruit flavored splash. It's fruit refreshing.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, folks, welcome back. Yeso here in the Esports Arena Orange County studio, and Game 5 is all done. So one more to go. Applejacks able to take the win there. They've had a rough go so far today. I believe through halftime they only had 1 point to their name, so certainly happy to grab that win. And that's a squad that's trying to hold on to a top 4 placing, right? Top 4 teams in our partnered standings are the ones that do requalify for Season 3. Do not get relegated. Do not have to fight to requalify in next season. So that's very important. So Team Applejacks, with just 3 weeks remaining after tonight, cannot rest on their laurels. Everything is so tight between 3rd and 7th place, and everybody is gunning for that top 4 placing. So Applejacks certainly something to build on with that win, but the storyline looks like going into this final game, it's going to be Team Pringles, Team Rice Krispies Treats, and Team Renegades trying to fight it out for that top spot. I mentioned earlier on in the day, we have yet to see a partnered squad come out on top in a pro night this season, and RKT and Team Pringles may have the best shot yet after Team Intel finished 1 point behind KSE a week ago. But let's check out our post-game stats here for game number 5, and it's obviously Aves leading the way for Team Applejacks. I mentioned earlier he was our Slayer leader throughout the first 8 weeks of the season, but Mr. Haculo has caught him and pulled ahead. I don't have exact numbers for how that has played out throughout tonight, but Aves trying to grab that Slayer title, does not want Razor to take it 2 seasons in a row. So we'll see if he can keep that rolling. But it was Team Intel in the stats categories with the kill lead and damage lead for game number 5. Metro to go has been showing up very well for this team over the last couple of weeks. 6 kills from him does give him kill leader for game number 5. We'll see if they can keep that rolling for one more game here to close out the day. And then Panders, over 2,100 damage from him. We'll see if Intel can maybe put themselves in the conversation at the top of our Mobile 1 leaderboard. We'll check that out and see our final game of the day when we check in with Jamerson and T-Squared after this break.
Yo, what's up guys? My name is Sunny, and thanks to Rice Krispie Treats, I can always snap, crackle, and pop my enemy's Evo shields.
So here over at Con, at Frag West, they have a team above them. Another squad showing up as well. It's going to be a full 3.
For all your Rice Krispie Treats products, you can
Check out walmart.com/esports arena.
Hey, it's GS Bird.
Yo, what's up guys? My name is Sunny.
I play Apex for Team Rice Krispie Treats.
And you're watching SeriesE.
SeriesE.
All right, welcome back, guys, to SeriesE here as we are getting ready to head into game number 6. But before we do that, we have to take a look at the leaderboard to see if Rice Krispie Treats were able to do it. A top 2 finish with a lot of kills, and of course, with some of our squads going down early, and now they are in the lead by 12 points up against Team Pringles. What a comeback from Rice Krispies in the last 2 games.
No doubt about it. They are feeling it during their week. And like you said, Pringles Renegades not that far behind them. But Intel, we were calling for them to pop up on the leaderboard, and they really did. So nice job by them. Liquid not far behind, but it really looks like those top 3 teams are the teams to get out for first place.
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult road that Team Intel have to travel here. They basically have to frag out on every single team they run up against. What we get to see now with that Valkyrie disengage, it's just so hard to take a team fight, especially because it's not just a Valkyrie disengage you have to worry about. Valkyrie third parties, Valkyrie everything coming in here during pro night of SeriesE. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 5, and it was just Rice Krispie Treats. They ended up losing out on Bird, having to recover here in Applejacks. They had the victory in the bag. They had the crossfire set up and everything. It was beautiful to watch them finish this one off.
Yeah, it was nicely executed. Everybody staying healthy throughout all that. They dealt with Minnie as the rat as well, as he's going to drop right directly in front of Stunny as well. And it was, again, just a methodical game coming out of Applejacks. It's not easy to make your way throughout all of these different teams in Fragment, and to do it without, much resistance is just a testament to what they can do once they actually get out of tree and get out of their 50-50. So that's a big thing to keep track of here in this game number 6, because it's going to be a very fast-paced game, and it starts with these fights that happen right off the rip. So if Renegades goes down to Applejacks, you can see they don't stand a chance of obviously catching up to Rice Krispie Treats and Pringles, because after game number 2, Renegades had 40 points. After the three more games, they've only gotten 8. So that goes to show how impressive their start actually was.
Yeah, and really to that point about Team Applejacks, if they survive, if they win out the 50-50s, they usually succeed. And really, that does harken back to the original SeriesE Season 1 Applejacks, where they were constantly getting contested off drop. What was it, like Third Impact would always fight them over by Refinery Epicenter. But whenever they did survive, whenever they ended up winning, they would end up usually winning that game or getting a top 3 finish. This is what Applejacks do. This is the consistency, that we expect out of them. But now they are fighting up against Renegades, who looked renewed at the beginning of the day, but now they don't have the same kind of game plan going into the 50-50s over by Tree.
Well, when you lose your 50-50, the worst thing is that you have to stick there, and you have the option of watching people that killed you on their death screen the entire time, right? So Applejack sat there and watched Renegades basically pop off for 2 straight games. And then they're like, all right, well, when's our turn? So they get their opportunity and they take full advantage of it. Will they continue to drop over towards Tree? I think so. It's not good for, either one of these teams' overall point totals, but it is great practice overall. And, when it comes down to if they do have to fight over at Tree against, themselves or against any other team, they are going to be very, very experienced in it. So I think that's going to be what they land in for the ALGS and for the major tournaments. And there's no reason to switch that up. What's interesting is that they're both North American teams, and they're both fairly consistent in making it into the ALGS. So that's something that we have to look forward to almost every single time now, if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, it is pride, it is ego, but it is also about establishing your drop site before you actually head into a major tournament, so you don't run into these hiccups at the first 3 or 4 games when you have hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line. But here we go, heading into the final game of the evening here. Rice Krispie Treats now, during Rice Krispies week, are in the lead by about 12 points. We'll see if they can finish this one off, or will Team Pringles have a comeback in game number 6?
If Rice Krispie Treats wins today, I am going and buying a box of Rice Krispie Treats after this. Facts.
I just want that massive Rice Krispie treat, that one package
I
one, because
know.
let's be serious. I'm going to eat that entire thing in a sitting. I'm going to eat the entire box in a sitting.
You're
So
a
I might as
fiend.
well, you know, cut down on like my carbon waste and just have one wrapper that I take off.
Exactly. It's more conscious for the Earth, and we had Earth Day not that long ago. So I like where your head's at, Jamerson. It's all about, you know, preservation here in Series Z as we take a look at where the zone's going to go. Hard lava fissure pole, in my opinion, probably that building on the south side of Lava Fissure that kind of overlooks the hot spring area is where my money's on.
Oh, Dupe got the first knock onto Pound. That should be Applejacks full, sending it over by Tree. And it looks like Applejacks were able to regain their footing. But take a look at Mercy. He's already got his sights on rotating in for the third party. They haven't seen the trades quite yet. Armors have been cracked. Applejacks. It looks like Dupe will hit the bat for now. Rolders swaps out positions, peeks outside, hits for the shield, and does take out Bowser. And so it's now the 1v3, but they need to finish off this fight now. Charlotte Phoenix are laying in wait for the third party.
I like the finisher. It's not BM if you're going and getting your shields back, and actually it's never really ever BM because that's probably the best thing in terms of changes that I've loved. It used to be when you had the gold armor, that's when you would be able to get the finisher and get the reset, and I never really understood why that was the case with the gold armor. So I love the changes that continue to happen throughout all of Apex. But you're right, Charlotte Phoenix should be in the vicinity, and we do have a aggressive composition coming through. It's going to be the Octane Revenant comp for DWTT, but it looks like they are getting sent back to where they came from. I'm not sure if this is Team Liquid in the area. For somehow Hierarchy with just a sliver of HP is doing serious work in this bubble.
Oh my goodness, he actually got the knock, and I think they're just waiting instead of clearing him. But with that knock, they have to. They are forced to. 90s is still down there. He has not been cleared himself. He gets the knock onto Shiny. And now Team Liquid on the back burner.
Wow.
They get finished off. DWTT or Crazy Revenant Squad won't be able to pick that one up. And it's crazy that they waited until the 6th game to actually pull out the Revenant.
I can't believe that Hierarchy just did 250, 300 damage with basically 5 HP. I mean, they just had to sneeze on him, and he would have ended up getting sent back over towards the top, and there's no way that they go and push off that. So Team Liquid is, I mean, that's a grief anytime you run into that composition, but they have to be upset. They didn't, you know, win that team fight. That was a very easily winnable team fight as Rice Krispie Treats now making a rotation. Looks like Beast of the Hunt is going to be popped. There is going to be a team over towards the high ground, and Sunny's going to try to retreat his team back over towards this building, but he takes a ton of damage. Bird may need to hit him with the bubble.
Nope, he actually slides in for free off of that one. Rice Krispie Treats haven't been able to leave staging quite yet. We did see, of course, the ring pulling over towards Lava Fissure. They're going to bide their time. They're looking like they don't want to get caught out on the rotations. They're going to slow play this one as best they can. I believe, who was it? Flashpoint that might have been contesting them here earlier on, but this time around, they get this one for free, but they are going to be relegated to playing inside staging for the time being. It is round 1, and it looks like action has slowed down a little bit, but this time around, Team Razor making the rotate over towards launch site, running into, I have to imagine, this is going to be 303 Academy, who had a big splash in the first 2 games, but have since slowed down now. It's Team Razor. They have to be careful. Last time around, they got third-partied by Cheesin. They need to take this fight quickly here or just disengage.
And I'm thinking, who is the other team that is contesting Rice Krispie Treats? It's Pringles, right? That's sitting over towards the top of the leaderboard next to Renegades, who was taken out, if my mind serves it correctly. So I like this play coming in from Rice Krispie Treats as we are looking at 3-3 and what's going on with them. But Rice Krispie Treats is sitting in first place right now, and our third place team's already eliminated. So as long as they're able to live and just look at the kill feed, they're going to be A-okay, and they could just win off based on that alone. So the goal for them is just not to make any major mistakes this game.
Yeah, just wait it out just to see if Team Pringles go down at this point. We do have a fight, though, still taking place over here at launch site 303, getting ready to try and 3-man push out, getting tagged by that missile, and gives them a little good cheeky hello. but you do have all the entrances being covered right now, except for the northern side. But the bubble entrance comes out. Team Razor are in as the full 3 chasing after 303 Academy. All the armors look great until it's cracked on one side. It's the first knock going down for 303 Academy, and Team Razor are getting ran over here as they get aggressive and they get taken out. 303 Academy take out Team Razor.
Yeah, Serial's running through thinking that his team's with him, but they basically just staggered themselves and went one by one into a line of fire, and just not enough information. Mainly, if they would have had a Bloodhound scan throughout all that, that would have been huge. But CLG is going to get dropped as well, so amazing plays coming out from, I believe that is the Revenant Octane squad too. So dropping Team Liquid and CLG over towards the side. I know both of those teams are going to be too stoked that they ran into the Octane Revenant combo.
Team Cheez-It not actually firing quite yet, waiting until they're on the other side, surprisingly enough, but they're on the lurk, and he lines it up. Deadeye with that one. The bubble res will come out, and they need to take advantage of this as quickly as possible. They have the Nox gas grenade ready to go, but it looks like, Joey Blackout misses the platform, and now they might have lost their opportunity. Yeah, they are getting out of there. That's what I'm talking about, man. The Valkyrie disengage. Rakinishu, does he have the Valkult? Well, they need to heal up before they can chase them.
Yeah, this you should be able to shoot while you're in the air, only when you're flying next to another Valkyrie team. So we could have like these Dragon Ball Z type crazy air fights as these teams are flying through. That'd be absolutely insane.
Can you imagine though, the lead up to that fight is just both guys or both teams yelling at each other for about 3 episodes as they charge up? All right, Cheez-It
right.
looking to chase though, but they're going to take the poor man's redeploy as they have to balloon throughout all of this. And unfortunately, they weren't able to find the third-party timing onto 303 Academy, making their way now through Sorting Factory. They shouldn't run into too much resistance here.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of room to make your way through here, especially when you're flying in the air. So I'm glad we switched on board to someone that could be giving us a possible team fight here for Team Rockstar. And man, Pickett had a little highlight earlier today where he was basically just laying in shot after shot from up close, but this is a little bit slower now. They're stuck over towards Strain with no good armor, so we're going to switch on over to Team Intel, see what they're up to, fresh off their big game from the previous one, kind of rising up into the standings. Metro's still on the crypto here. We'll see what they're going to be able to do. They have the high ground, they have the angles on top of here, and if the zone does continue to pull over towards this side, this would be the god spot that Intel's in.
And they got the free beacon as well with that crypto drone. Now they're going to repurpose it. Defensive bombardment goes down on top of them. And Metro was worried that it might actually hit him, but it looks like he's found the right corner to dodge a lot of that. The team is going to try and Wraith Portal past them, and it should be successful. We'll see how far they get. Team Intel, we're trying to play Gatekeeper here, and it looks like the squad was able to make it past them.
So they do have the scans for us, and as anticipated, it continues to pull more towards the lava fissure area, and that building just looks so prime where Na'Vi is at. So Na'Vi is in such a power spot right now, as Flashpoint was predicting a Hot Springs ending, but they are in this next zone. I don't think it's going to continue to pull towards them, and then if they do, they have to make their way up the Hot Spring over towards the low ground beneath where the building is, and then Na'Vi's going to have a huge... Oh, yeah, Fat Fruit Ninja in here. And he took the Pop-Tarts in his pocket in the deal or steal, and now he's trying to deal or steal his way back onto Team Pop-Tarts.
As they do make their way into Countdown now. Doesn't seem like anyone's here. The scans do come out. They've got the ping for the southwest building. On board with Cheez-It, though, as it looks like they have a team ahead of them inside the tunnel, but the defense bombardment does force them back. Rakinishi's going to try to find an angle from the left-hand side, as some damage did go down from Joey Blackout, but now Rice Krispie Treats poking their head out from staging. They have to be worried about that third party, but I believe, RKT should be playing this one slow, and Cheez-It don't know that, though. Decent damage, and now Prodigy Aces wants to follow up, but he is up by himself right now on that Wraith, going over for the peek, forcing them out to the other side of this exit. Nades coming out on top of him. He's trying to play the car here. He's got the bow check bow, hits for the 50. Does he know that there's another player there? He does. He does get scanned. And all three members of Cheez-It are here. They're ready to full commit onto this fight. They know they need to frag out in this game. But now they're getting slowed down. They're trying to set up the angle. Bird gets the knock onto Agni, and it looks like Rice Krispie Treats poking their head out once again are the ones picking up these kills. Rakinishu does find one throughout all of that at the very least. And it looks like they're about to get finished off, but the third party comes in from behind. Rockstar! They came from all the way over at Tree, heard all the noise, and got involved in the middle of this one.
Look at Rockstar coming through with the aggressive plays. Bubble is going to go down to avoid the defensive bombardment. You can see a little bit of the gas going to be going away here very shortly as there's a bunch of players stacked on top of one another. Nice grenade coming in from Crummy. He's going to finish off Prodigy and Joey Blackout. Well timed, well executed. Rockstar looking strong over here towards the choke, and they can basically double back if they want to where they came from because they know what was over there. It was them. They have all that information from previous, and it's only round 2, so they should be a-okay as 303 is going to get a knock right there on Detect, and he should be getting finished off, if not by these players, by the zone here very shortly.
Oh, it looked like Rice Krispie Treats tried to get a little bit greedy for these kills and ended up getting punished by 303. As we do have a rat on the Tomcat rat cam. Somehow Buffers is alive throughout all of this, and there's an opportunity for him to actually pick up these banners. This is absolutely insane. We'll see if he can get it and if he has a mobile respawn beacon in his back pocket, but he does not want to make any noise whatsoever.
And he's gonna get our SeriesE Mousetrap award today from our Tomcat rat cam. Honestly, he's been pretty impressive. Second place in game number 1, and now somehow surviving in this Bloodhound meta. Over towards the side, but he's getting slashed out by Matt Pickett over here. His 303 is now going to get aggressive once they realize the situation. So shots being fired. A lot of death boxes over here towards the choke. ASCII is going to have to heal. That thermite is well placed, but it doesn't look like it's burning anybody quite yet. Grenade is being placed. Portal's being popped as well. They're trying to get out of dodge over here, but 303's grenades are just on point right there. Paradise is going to come through with the fire, and now the shots too. So that's going to be Rockstar going down. Really nicely played patience from 303. Once they hear the shots, they came through, and that rat ended up biting Rockstar in the butt.
And we're down to 11 squads. There might be one rat left. I wonder if Rice Krispie Treats got completely knocked out or not. I don't think they have. I'm pretty sure they're still alive in there. There they are. GS Bird and Stunny are alive. And so they're playing this one as a duo. So 2 squads as a duo right now. And RKT are forced into this side. They don't have that Wraith portal to make it around. Someone's already cut them off as well. The scan behind them for good measure. And they know that they cannot commit onto the train tunnel. That's Rockstar making their way back. Not able to recover the banner of Matt Pickett quite yet. And looks like they'll have to give up on him.
Really interesting to see what Team Pringles is actually up to. Intel inside of the building looks like they're going to be taking a fight. Valkyrie missiles are going to miss throughout all of that. Metro, will he elect to go into his drone here? Because this is perfect EMP range and you're inside the building, which is ideal, but instead bubble gets popped by 6, and typically you want to do that if you're going to go and push through, but instead it's a defensive bubble, which makes things a little bit more hesitant here for Team Intel as they're trying to gatekeep this team.
Yeah, it's Team Pringles now pushing up, though, as the bubble has gone down. This is the timing for them, peeking over the corner, as they did some damage, but not much traded back from Team Intel. The bubble has come out, and now they're going for the full push out. The first knock onto Panders, and now they might lose out on 2. No, Team Pringles getting aggressive. Rice Krispies are still alive, and this might just be it, as you do have Tempest clutching up at 303. No, it's going to be Charlotte Phoenix. No, wait, I'm so confused. Never mind. Stunny goes down to Charlotte Phoenix, but 303 do come in for the third party. Get rid of Pringles. Rice Krispies have done it. They have outlasted Team Pringles.
And that was key right there, and that's why they were just ratting it out over towards the corner. 303 doing it big over here with grenades all day, and they end it right there for Team Pringles. Unlucky for Pringles, they win that fight, but at what cost? Team Intel sends it on to them. They had to take that fight. They win it, but 303 was there to answer. Now Nested Pure Life, speaking of fighting, is going to get into one over towards the side, over towards where that blue trailer is, but now looks like it's going to be Rat Boy Crooks as Crummy's going to come through with the third party. Minnie's going to get it dropped. That's the PK in hand. He's going to try to pick up some more of these kills on the ground. That's going to be Dracos, the armor swap coming through. It's going to be a gold armor. Q's not going to hit. Great shots there coming in from Mercy and from Bronzy. And they get the banner to boot. Zone number 4, Res Beacon right there. Oh man, that's tough. It's tough to call. I think that you're going to end up taking too much damage from that.
It's scanned too throughout all that, so they know it's not safe right now, though. Team Applejacks, we talked about it. When they survive the early game, when they survive the 50-50s, they come back with a vengeance, are able to usually finish off strong right now. They have a great spot here on the south side of the zone, playing the train tracks. I don't know if anyone's inside the house. It doesn't seem to be. And so they should be able to play for a lot of kill points from this position.
And I like this from Applejacks. This is a great head glitch to go and utilize because the zone is going to continue to pull this way. This is what we were predicting. Navi's been in this building for a long time. They get the initial damage, immediately send it through. It's going to be Hemlock Bow in the back pocket. Counter bubble comes through. I would love to see the Hemlock used here. Instead, he's just going to continue to hip fire this one. Shotgun there is going to answer. That's going to be the 2-man of Navi going down. Aggressive play for Applejacks. Looking for more blood. 7 squads alive. Can they win back-to-back? Taking the priority building away from Navi, one of our top EU teams, EMEA teams that we have here. And they're going to be able to get that loot as well. So I really like this play coming in from Applejacks. Immediately, once they had any type of advantage, they go and press that one. And you can see how confident Dupe is playing on this Gibraltar.
Yeah, and I love seeing that Bocek bow with the scatter caps. I don't know if he actually quite used it because we weren't getting the damage numbers there, but you do have that close range option if you need to use it. He doesn't. He's just laying into them with the arrows now, and you can see Nighty's just caught out by himself. The bubble has been used. Port back, and A's will finish off Mercy. We're now down to 5 squads remaining, and take a look at how quickly NPL show up to try and take this building, but hey, they're going to force them back once again, and he's going straight into Pop-Tart's team. He has dropped down onto low ground, though.
Yeah, if that was the full team, that would have been a lit fight coming through and well-timed coming in from Applejacks, but instead it was just the Rat Boy Crook show over here. Unfortunately lost his 2 teammates, Dracos and Ronnie, in that earlier engagement that we saw, but they were quick to respond, Jamerson. You saw immediately running back saying, there's no way you're coming over towards our building. We are taking this one. And once we saw this in Zone 1, this is what we were thinking originally. So Applejacks doing a great job taking the God spot, and you could see fear just in the rest of these teams. No one running around poking, looting, and owning nearly as much real estate as Team Applejacks.
And we're already down to 4 squads, by the way, and it's all full. We got 303. We got Applejacks, Pop-Tarts in this as well. About that 4th team, 303, in a little bit of a spot of trouble here as Applejacks are just getting free shots on them, forcing out the bubble with 12 seconds left to go. Luckily for 303, they are on the slow side of the zone, so there's an opportunity possibly of that bubble coming back up, but it looks like they are getting ready to just nade spam them down. You can see the mobile respawn beacons were dropped by 303 just in case they needed some extra coverage. Looks like Crazy Revenant is the other squad that's still alive here. And they have been having their way with the lobbies so far. And that's what we got to see when they were playing as Los Carritos a few weeks back.
Oh, that's Los Carritos. Okay, I knew they looked familiar. So absolute psychos coming through and playing aggressive in game number 6. Things that you love to see. But the bow is hitting so hard from Dupe's side. It looks like he's been practicing this one in the firing range over and over again, just basically bullying poor 303 over here, who's been having to use everything. Mobile respawn beacons just to advance like caustic barrels, bubble on top of bubble, dodging the bows, hemlocks, and grenades that Dupe is laying down. And they're laying down multiple respawn beacons along the way.
They might need it soon as Applejacks, they're going to have these free shots to go off. Duke gets the knock onto Bambino. They know the other two teams are preoccupied up to the north, so this is just free for them as Applejacks pick up that kill. It looks like Los Critos are ready to make their play, pushing in now with that Revenant ulti. Paradise gets finished off, and now we are down to our final 3 squads. You can see the silence going in as well. Pop-Tarts in a really tough spot. Batfruit Ninja and Impulse are forced to battery up in this last 3v3v3. Applejacks, they've got the high ground, they've got coverage, and they know that these two teams are going to be forced to fight soon.
Not enough time to make a pesto Pop-Tart here. Only 15 seconds before the zone closes. I don't think that we could create one in time. But we were talking about this. Pop-Tarts are technically raviolis. Pesto-filled raviolis sound pretty good, especially with Alfredo sauce. Just throwing that out there if anyone from Team Pop-Tarts is watching. Applejacks, they're going to love what they see. Both of these teams right next to each other, coexisting on top of one another. One of them is in Revenant Octane comp, which means they are going to get aggressive very soon. So I love the patience here coming out from Team Applejacks. Very similar to how they won the previous game.
Final ring closing with the Beast of the Hunt now popped 4 rollers, and they try to jump pad out. Looked like with the Death Totem as well, so they're sent back instantly now. But with 50 HP, which is so troublesome, they need to heal up, but the ring is going to force them out very shortly here. We'll see if they can recover, but Applejacks have this one in the bag, forcing out the bubble. Here's Pop-Tarts, though, with the port. They're ready to try and push up, but they lose out. A's gets the knock onto Lucas. They've dropped down to the low ground. The bubble is there, and they're going for that quick res as well. Applejack's not ready to drop down quite yet because they still have to deal with Uzako and company, and now they are finished off, but it's going to be Pop-Tarts with Applejacks to finish things out as they do go for the full 3-man push. They lose out on one, but it's the 2v1 for Applejacks to finish it off with the back-to-back wins here in games 5 and 6.
That has to feel good for Applejacks. They struggled game number 1 through 4. Then they finally get out of their 50-50 in game number 5 and 6. And guess what? They win both game number 5 and 6. Like you said, Jamerson, something that they did in season 1. But this is a completely new roster, so they totally are fitting well under the Applejacks name. Congratulations to them. Most importantly, we know who won. It's Rice Krispie Treats week, and Team Rice Krispie Treats ends up taking the dub. I know we'll have to get the official tally for that one, but that's exciting.
Yeah, we need the official tally because second place also places in the prize as well. So we're going to take our last break of the evening. And when we get back, we'll be able to reveal the results of the evening right after this.
All right, let's go, boys. Last 2 squads pushing up right now. Just tell me. Sit on me. Should be fine. We should be fine. Yo, they're fighting? They're fighting. I'm gonna portal up right now. I'm gonna portal up. Stay back. I'm gonna portal up. Yo, take port. Third party this. This is free. This is so free. One's knocked. Yeah. Come in with me. Knocked one. 150. 150 red. 20. He's one. Last one on me. To my left. Yeah, I'm a wide swing. On this guy. Let's go, baby. Boys, let's go. If you guys want to check out Rice Krispie Treats and get some for yourself, have some snacks around, check out walmart.com/esportsarena.
Hey, it's GS Bird.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name is Sunny.
I play Apex for Team Rice Krispie Treats.
And you're watching SeriesE.
SeriesE.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little.
Welcome back. Yeso here in the Esports Arena Orange County studio, and what a finish to the day for Team Applejacks. This is a squad that certainly came into this week at risk of getting knocked out of that top 4, but a strong finish from them. Back-to-back wins to close out Pro Night here during Rice Krispies Treats week is certainly going to be helpful in them holding on to that top 4 spot as they look forward to Season 3. Still 3 more weeks to go, so the action is by no means done yet, but every point matters. Team Razor, meanwhile, with more of a rough day. They came in with strong performances on multiple open nights in a row, but haven't been able to show up on Pro Night tonight, so they're going to have to figure things out going into next week. Let's check out our post-game stats here for the final game of the day, and it's obviously Aves leading the way, taking that kill leader for the final game of the day. 6 kills to his name is certainly going to be helpful on those Slayer standings. We'll have to check in Final Circle with what we're looking at on terms of those stats. Very impressive performance from him, though. And then we saw Dupe with that new bow check going crazy. 3,300 damage for the man, was just lighting people up with that new weapon. We have arrived in the bow check meta, folks. We have confirmed it, and it looks like Team Intel and Team Applejacks are extremely dangerous with it in their hands. We're going to head to a quick break here, or I'm going to go over to the... All right, we're going to go over to the GVO zone for an interview right now, so let's head over there. All right. I got Lou here from CLG. Welcome, my friend. How are we doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Pleasure to have you here. Now just coming out of 6 games for today. I'm just curious kind of what your initial thoughts are on how things went this week.
They went good. You know, with the new changes and everything, it's everybody's like sort of adapting and trying new things, and it's a good sort of like battleground for everybody to get used to Valkyrie and get used to the new bow. And you could sort of notice that there was less teams and less squads later into the games because people were doing sort of crazy things, you know, to try and get used to things. And a lot of teams are Valkyrie ulting in the crazy position. So that's what CLG used. We tried to use this as an opportunity, as an advantage to figure out what we can and can't do, sort of limit test.
Sure, and one of the interesting things for me is it's still going to take some time. It's going to be, I would say, at least a couple more weeks before we really feel like you guys have completely figured out the meta and everybody's kind of settled on, okay, these are going to be the most meta comps, these are going to be the guns we're going for. But what are kind of some of the standouts here early? Do you feel like the nerfs to Octane are going to push him out, and now with Valkyrie coming in, maybe he's just completely replaced? What's kind of standing out to you?
So honestly, there's no way to tell just yet, but I do know that Valkyrie is extremely strong. And Octane is still really good because they didn't make too many nerfs to him. They just nerfed his Q and made him take a little bit more damage when he stims. Mm-hmm. But I think that we're going to stick with Valkyrie as our character that allows us to give the most movement and the most agility around the map. But some teams I know are still going to stick with Octane and stick with Wraith for that movement character. And I think we'll slowly start to see more Valkyries as people start to see what she can do and what she can't do, for sure.
Yeah, definitely, and have been able to see it crop up a ton just in 2 days of play here on the new patch in SeriesE. So that's certainly been fun to watch. Even got to see Renegades with that late game ultimate up against 303 Academy. So things are certainly going to be very interesting with that new skill set out on World's Edge. Now I want to kind of bring it back to SeriesE. It's been an interesting season so far. How do you feel like it's been going for you guys at CLG?
We've been trying as hard as we can to we use SeriesE as a sort of an like I said, an area where we can practice for ALGS and see what other teams are doing and see how we can counter certain things. But we've had a bit of a rough season at times, and we've been trying to keep our mental as high as possible. But overall, we've seen a lot of improvement through this series.
And you guys have been very consistent competitors. I mean, very often we're seeing you guys duking it out near the top of the standings every pro night. A couple of times, right on TSM's heels. One interesting thing for me is, do you feel like with what we see from TSM consistently on pro nights when they're here, do you feel like the gap is as big as TSM makes it look when you still have pro squads like TL, Navi, 303, y'all coming out on pro nights? Or do you feel like it's closer?
Honestly, I think it is closer, but TSM's just a top dog, and they always have been. The thing about TSM is that for as long as we can remember, they have 3 people on both rosters with Snipedown and with Albert Lele. They just have players that are just all so amazing mechanically, and it's just really hard to beat that. And not that CLG doesn't have that, but at times when some people are having bad days or whatnot, TSM just always seems to just be playing at their best. The gap isn't as big as they make it seem, but they definitely put on a show every time they're competing.
Yeah, they're certainly a team that is fun to watch, and it's cool to see a bit of the kind of classic CLG TSM rivalry come out here in Series E. Definitely one of those old school esports rivalries. My final question for you here today, Lou. Looking at the way that things shake out with kind of the format of Series E, and you've got these new up-and-coming players and squads coming in and then getting the opportunity to compete with the likes of a CLG at TSM and a Team Liquid. What do you feel like is the potential then to continue to kind of bring in these new players for the growth of the Apex Legends scene?
See, with new players and new organizations coming into Apex, it's always good to have more tournaments and more competition because it's just more appealing, right? I think seeing all these new players, we're gonna have a lot of new competition and a lot of people winning, like new people, new faces winning LGS tournaments, and with weekly practice just like this, giving the opportunity to these younger teams, it will see a more healthy environment and esports scene.
All right, well, it's definitely fun to get to see all of you guys compete every week here. Appreciate your time, Luz. Thank you so much for joining me here today, and best of luck to you and the CLG squad as the season continues.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate the opportunity.
All right, well, that was Lou of CLG joining me. We are going to head to a quick break, but when we return, Jamerson and T-Squared will close out the day and check out our Mobile One leaderboard.
Yo, what's up guys? My name is Sunny, and thanks to Rice Krispie Treats, I can always snap, crackle, and pop my enemy's Evo shields.
So here over at Con, Afrag West have a team above them. Another squad showing up as well. It's going to be a full 3.
For all your Rice Krispie Treats products, you can
check out walmart.com/esportsarena.
Hey, it's GS Bird.
Yo, what's up guys? My name is Sunny.
I play Apex for Team Rice Krispie Treats.
And you're watching SeriesE.
SeriesE.
All right, welcome back to Series E. We got to hear from Complexity's Lou there about what he thinks about Season 9 and, of course, the shape of competitive Apex Legends. And it's been exciting these last 2 days, these last 48 hours of seeing what our teams can do. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see who ultimately wins it out. And Rice Krispie Treats survive long enough, and they will take the win here during Rice Krispies week.
Crazy when we see the first 2 games with Renegades having 40 points. We never would have thought it would be 68 points overall is what it takes to get the dub, but it was well-deserved, hard-fought victory for Team Rice Krispie Treats during their week. They had, some games where they got to the end zone and could have even popped off even more. For example, over towards the Harvester side, maybe they could have been pushing that 75, 80-point area, but 68 points is all it takes during our pro day when it's so competitive overall. Congratulations to them and Team Pringles.
Yeah, and I would also like to give a shout out, of course, to Applejacks taking the last 2 games in a row for an amazing comeback, but unfortunately just not enough for them. We see why, in the 6-game series, you need those points from every single game as well. But that was a Valorant effort coming out from them, 50 points overall there. And so Team Applejacks had a good run as well. But love to see it. We have 3 partner teams in the top 3 for this week, but I was really impressed by all of the play coming out today.
Yeah, then crazy Revenants sneaking their way up over there. Again, what is going on with the tree side? Both of our tree teams almost combined for 100 points overall. That's pretty ridiculous. So maybe someone needs to nerf what's going on over towards that end of the map. But it was a very interesting day with Valkyrie coming into the competition. I love that Lou touched base on that. Great interview overall as well. And, it's going to be very fun over these next couple of weeks. Keep in mind, these players have a month to prepare now going into the Apex Global Championships, and this meta is going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment, and it's just Applejacks understanding, once again, same situation that they were in game number 5, where they just needed to wait for the teams to come to them. Easily putting a stop to this Revenant push from the squad, and then they just waited all out as both teams dropped to the low ground and Applejacks cleaned things up.
Yeah, I think there's a one clip that comes right here underneath the bridge after he reloads. You can see right here, Lucas goes and tries to cross, and then it's Aves, the player that we were just watching, who just gives him the R301 business across the map. The res comes through, but that goes and says, all right, we're going to full send over towards here on the crazy R side, and then what do you do if you're Team Applejacks? Well, you come in for the clean swoop with a third party. And interestingly enough, this fight was a little bit closer than they were hoping for. Frat Fruit Ninja had an opportunity to potentially do a 2 versus 1, but Applejack says no, gets the back-to-back, and had a great day overall after having a slow start, dropping over towards the Renegade side. But it's Rice Krispie Treats week, and Rice Krispie Treats won. Everybody be like me. I'm going to have a box right now.
Yeah, that's right. And if you want, of course, use our codes. Type in exclamation mark Rice Krispie Treats in the chat. You'll be led to our Walmart link for Esports Arena because we are partnered with them for that. And you can also save on Esports Arena merch if you use Rice Krispies 15 on the Esports Arena online store. Thank you all so much for tuning in for this week of Series E. It's not over for Rice Krispies week, as we do have some more content coming out through the rest of the week. So keep, of course, your eyes glued onto the Esports Arena channel. But that does mean it's going to do it for us. For Tom and myself from Esports Arena and from all of our partner squads and all of our partners, thank you all for watching. We will be back next week. Open night once again on Tuesday. That's going to be at 5 Pacific Standard. That will do it for us. Thank you all for watching and have a good weekend.